Good afternoon and welcome to the monthly meeting of the Knoxville-Knox County Planning Commission. My name is John Huber. I am the chair of the Planning Commission. I'll be conducting today's meeting. Assisting me today is the Executive Director of Knoxville-Knox County Planning, Amy Brooks, and Planning Commissioner Attorney Tasha Blakeney. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Mr. D.R. Mund, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hill.
Here.
Commissioner Browning.
Here.
Commissioner Levinson.
Here.
Commissioner Habibi.
Here.
Commissioner Barger.
Here.
Commissioner Harris. Commissioner Perez.
Here.
Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Butler.
Here.
Commissioner Biggs is excused. Commissioner Daly. Commissioner Gill.
Here.
Commissioner Midas. Commissioner Shuck.
Here.
Commissioner Huber.
Here.
It's 13 present, sir.
Thank you, sir. Participating in the meeting today with me are planning commissioners who have been appointed by the mayor of the city of Knoxville or the mayor of Knox County. We receive no salary and volunteer our time as a service to our community. We will be supported by our professionally trained staff, representatives from the city and county engineering and permitting departments, as well as other agencies. Now a word about how discussion will take place. I hope all of you had an opportunity to review today's agenda package on planning's website at knoxplanning.org. In addition to today's agenda, the website contains information on how today's meeting will be conducted, as well as correspondence on each individual case. I will call each item on the agenda and read our staff's recommendation for that item. Once an item is called, the applicant or those in support of the application will be allowed to speak first. They will have a combined 5 minutes to speak on the matter. The applicant, at their choice, may defer and let the opposition speak if they so choose. Likewise, anyone opposed to an application will have a combined 5 minutes to speak on the matter. That's all together. If either the applicant or the opposition wishes to have an opportunity for rebuttal, they would need to reserve any remaining time out of their original 5 minutes allotted. Because of the number of items we have on our agenda today, groups in favor of or opposed to an item are asked to appoint a spokesperson to represent them. All speakers for or against should limit their remarks to the facts of the case and should avoid repeating information that has already been presented to the Planning Commission by previous speakers. If you have any item that you would like to make part of the record, please submit those documents to knoxplanning.org/share or hand them to one of our staff members located on your left. Please identify the file number and meeting date in your submittal. Many of the items we will vote on today will require further action by either Knoxville City Council or Knox County Commission. For matters that are forwarded to City Council for final action, the application or their representative should be present at that meeting. For matters County Commission is reading for final action, the applicant or their representative must be at that meeting. If an applicant does not attend the meeting, the case will be, at a minimum, postponed and potentially denied. All applicants will be notified of the city and county meeting dates. If you have any questions regarding the meeting date or process, please contact one of our planning staff. Today's meeting will be conducted in the order of the agenda. Please stand as you are able as Vice Chair Levinson leads us in an invocation and pledge of allegiance. All right, just throwing it out here earlier, we had a little trouble out of our server earlier today, so we're going to do our best to power through with some paperwork and hopefully some other electronic ways to review all these files. But please just be patient with us if it takes a minute longer for us to get everything pulled up. So we'll start with the postponements and withdrawals. I'll read these lists separately. Automatic postponements. Item number 21, Homestead Land Holdings, LLC, for 30 days. The automatic withdrawals, item number 11, Homestead Land Holdings LLC. Item number 28, 3110 Gray Hendricks Road, A and B, is automatically withdrawn. Those do not need a vote. Those are just being automatically postponed and withdrawn. Next, we'll move on to the 30-day postponements. Give me just a second. Okay, so our 30-day postponements are item number 24, Gibson Construction on Sane Lane for 30 days. Item number 29, Pruitt Farms. Both of those are A and B concept subdivision plans and development plans. Item number 39, Berry Funeral Homes. I would like to add number 26, the Carter Mill subdivision, to a 30-day postponement. And we also have item number 18 is Mr. Daniel Humphreys available. Are you in the audience? Mr. Humphreys, are you here? Okay.
Postponement on that one.
Right,
Because
so-
it's not here to oppose it.
Right, so the applicant, we were asking for the applicant because our staff had recommended postponing this to the applicant. I think there might have not been good communication between them in the sense of we didn't hear back from the applicant to say if he wanted a postponement or didn't want a postponement. And, okay, well, either way, he is not here, so we are going to go ahead and add it to the postponement list and push it till next month. We just wanted to give him the opportunity to come forward at this time if he did not want that postponement. So not seeing Mr. Humphreys to oppose the adding of his number 18 to the 30-day postponement list, Chair will entertain a motion on those 30-day postponements.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Perez and a second from Commissioner Daly. Yes. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. All right, so we are going to now move on to the 60-day postponements. Item number 19, Josh Earhard. Item number 20, Josh Earhard, A and B, both of those again. Item number 41, Nesbilt Development, LLC, for a 60-day postponement. Are there any other requests for 60-day postponements from the audience? Not seeing any, Chair will entertain a motion on 60-day postponement.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Perez, seconded by Commissioner Daly on the 60-day postponements. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it. We will now move on to the 90-day postponements. We have one, item number 10, Christian Ally, 90 days. Are there any other requests for postponements for 90 days? Seeing none, the Chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Okay, got a motion by Commissioner Perez, seconded by Commissioner Daly. On the 90 days, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? No, the ayes have it. There are no withdrawals to be voted on. There are no tablings to be voted on. No items to be removed from the table. We will now move to the consent list. Next on the agenda is the consent list, which is comprised of items marked with a C. These items are considered non-controversial and are voted on all at the same time in order to save time. Items are listed in the order they appear on the agenda. Please listen carefully. Once an item is approved as part of the consent list, there will be no further discussion on it. After I read the list, I will pause and give members of the public an opportunity to remove an item from this list. So, item number 2, approval of August 13, 2026 agenda. Item number 3, approval of July 9, 2026 minutes. Item number 5, final plat of Cypress Valley subdivision. Item number 6, final plat of Carter Ridge Phase 6. Item number 7, final plat of Pickens Ridge subdivision Unit 1. Item number 8, final plat of Hickory View subdivision Phase 2. Item number 14, Randall Buckner. Item number 15, Christy Gelderman. Item number 16, William David Hurst, A and B. Item number 17, Reliance Development. Item number 33, David Harbin. Item number 36, Jedediah Rolette. Item number 37, West Bearden Park LLC. Item number 40, Pete Ebby. Item number 42, Yori Bordai, A and B. Item number 45, Knoxville-Knox County Planning. Item number 46, Knoxville-Knox County Planning. Item number 47, Knoxville-Knox County Planning. Item number 48, Knoxville-Knox County Planning. Are there any requests to remove an item from the consent list? Seeing none, Chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
We have a motion by Commissioner Perez, seconded by Commissioner Daly. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it. All right, so now we are on to the main body of our meeting. We will start out with item number 9. This is the applicant developer is Cody Victus. The street address is 6909 Weaver Road. The location is west of Weaver Road, north of Oak Ridge Highway. The acreage is 1.67 acres. The number of lots being requested is 2. The zoning is agricultural. That we have, let's see, we'll have 2 motions on this, a motion on a variance for the final plat, and then the actual approval of the final plat. Is the applicant present? Can you state your name and address for the record, please? And
You'll
can
press
you hit
that little button on
the bottom right on that, no, on the, there you go. Thank you, sir.
Sean LeBaron,
Perfect. Address?
310 Dusty Lane, Maryville, Tennessee,
Very good.
378.
Thank you. Is there any opposition to this file? Seeing none, you have the floor for 5 minutes.
All right. I've been here a couple times in front of the variance committee. This was basically done many years ago, and the final paperwork for the lot split was never submitted, but it was submitted in order to get the house built. So there's 2 properties on this, what was 1 lot, and we're just trying to get it split into 2 so that we can get the refinancing done. The previous owner has passed away, and the neighbor doesn't want to have anything to do with the property. So we went through the variance. We thought it was taken care of last time because we had the variance to go down to a ½ acre. And then I understand that they have to redo the subdivision map, which is why I'm here today.
Very good. Very good. So I understand Mr. Ramos, the staff member that reviewed this, is not with us today, but Michelle or Amy? Michelle Porche, can you, I see there's 3 hardships, evidence of hardships that the applicant turned in. Have you had an opportunity to review those, and are you comfortable with them?
We support it. Just the variance allows the plat to continue without him having to pay to survey land that doesn't belong to him.
Very good, thank you. All right, seeing no opposition, Chair will entertain a motion on the variance. Anybody? Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hill to approve the variance request. Is there a second? Okay, Commissioner Habibi is on the second. So all in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. Moving on to the final plat. We have a motion to approve the final plat from Commissioner Hill. We have a second. Commissioner Habibi, it's on the second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. We are moving on to agenda item number 12. The applicant is Rhonda Vineyard. Location is 4628 Crippen Road. Location is south side of Crippen Road, across from the terminus of Legends Oak Lane. It's 18 acres. The current zoning is agricultural. The requested zoning is planned residential up to 3 dwelling units per acre. This will have just one motion on the rezoning. Staff's recommendation is to deny the planned residential zone with up to 3 dwelling units per acre due to safety concerns with access. Is the applicant present?
Yes, sir.
If you could come forward, you might pull that microphone down to you a little bit. If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Rhonda Vineyard. My address is 7609 Charmwood Way in Knoxville, Tennessee. My zip is 37938.
Thank you. Is there any opposition to this? I believe we have one person signed up to speak in opposition. Maxwell Labrourie, possibly? Ms. Vineyard, would you like to
Yes, sir.
defer?
Let him speak.
Okay, come on down. If you could state your name and address for the record.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
My name is Maxwell LeBroy. Address is 7017 Winter Oaks Way, Knoxville, Tennessee.
Thank you. Is there any other opposition in the audience today? Great.
There are two other people here, but I'll be the spokesman for them.
Very
representing.
good. That's what I was looking for. Great. So you've got 5 minutes.
Yeah. Our concern, ladies and gentlemen, with this development is that for many years we have reached out to both the Knox County and TDOT with regardings to Crippen Road being such a narrow road and a winding curve where this property is going to be established. And we, the community of Oak Springs Wheelers, which is a 61 condo unit with all adult, retired individuals living there, and we are having a difficult time in entering and exiting as we speak at the moment. And by adding these 50 homes right across the street without even knowing where the main entrance of this establishment is going to be is of concern to us. That's the one major factor. The second major factor is if proper drainage is not established in the subdivision, the overrun of that water is going to subside into Winter Oaks Way, which then we are currently having a water issue now with the heavy rains that we have had, and we are having some issues with the foundations of the condos as we speak. So those are the two major concerns. We understand we're not here to oppose any housing that's supposed to be built in Knox County, but we are wanting to make sure that the safety and the security of our community is going to be looked at prior to approval of this property.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Labrourie.
Yes,
And you can reserve the rest of your time if you would like to rebut.
yes.
Okay. And so, Ms. Vineyard, are you available to discuss your application? Yeah, you can just take a seat, and
Okay.
you've got a couple more minutes if you want
Okay,
to.
I got it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I don't know if there's any, go ahead.
Yeah, and if you want to rebut, you've got a couple of minutes left. Thank you,
I
Ms. Vineyard.
promise to be brief. I respectfully request the approval of 3 dwellings per acre for their property located at 4628 Crippen Road. As a proud resident of Halls Crossroads, I was born and raised there, and I live about 2 miles from this property. I do appreciate your consideration for this request and your commitment to our community. So the topic, I think, right now is traffic and safety, and we have provided professional certification from a licensed surveyor, Ryan Lynch, and also from Knox County Engineering and Public Works, confirming that adequate site distance is available at feasible access locations. I believe there's at least 2 site preps there that we could possibly use for the entry of the subdivision. The property has 900 feet of frontage, so out of that, I think there would be at least 2 spots we can put this subdivision. Right next door to the subdivision to the left is the family who owns this land. So they are willing to sell this land, and they're going to be living there too. And they'll travel that same road just like everyone else. I think that we need to consider that. Also, at this point, we do have 3 developers wanting this property. Not a one of them has mentioned site distance or anything of that nature. So I highly recommend us to move forward with this, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Vineyard. Did you have any rebuttal, or are you good right now? Mr.
You have anything to say, Mark?
Labrourie.
I'm the son of the owners. If you've got any questions for me, please feel free to ask.
Very good, will do. Thank you. So we'll take it to Commission. I guess Commissioner Perez, did you have a question?
Yes, for the applicant. The number of automobile crashes between 2016 and 2024 are, worrisome. The two sites, the feasible sites that you've mentioned, is this something that staff has access to?
I saw that. I was kind of surprised that was part of the reference to this. So I counted the accidents along that line. So I don't think it's any different from any road in Knox County at this time.
May I ask staff about this a little?
Sure. So the surveyor did submit some documents. The first one was just a field observation, just going out and looking at the conditions. And when we said that we actually needed measurements, he then looked at KGIS. There's a tool that you can use in there that shows you, it's a visualization of like the profile, the road profile. And so that was the next exhibit that he submitted. And we let him know that KGIS, due to the margin of error, couldn't be used to verify site distance. And then after agenda review, we received a third document, which was an aerial view in KGIS using the measure tool that way. But again, there's still that margin of error. So for you all who may not be as familiar with KGIS, sometimes the lot lines can be off by several feet, and that several feet can make a difference sometimes with site distance. And so due to safety concerns, we asked for more specific field measurements. So that's the history of that.
Commissioner Levinson.
Mr. Snowden, you knew I was going to come to you. What about site distance and what the concerns are?
Yeah, when we first got this location, obviously there is, that curve that the gentleman mentioned is a concern of ours, and we would not recommend any access at that location because they're on the inside of the curve, whereas his development's on the outside. The line of sight's much better. There is a spot that we felt like towards the existing home that Ms. Vineyard's referring to that looked like it would meet the line of sight, and that's why we had asked the applicant to kind of verify that, and kind of goes into what Ms. Portier was saying. So we think there may be line of sight there, but we haven't received official confirmation of it from Mr. Lynch. But we do think that it may be there.
Would this be something that would need to be maybe postponed? I mean, is this worthy of postponing, or is it going to be something that is just not going to work?
I mean, I think there's a potential that it could be resolved. As long as we had that certification in an amount of time, I think we would be comfortable with that. That's our only concern. Crippen Road, much like a lot of roads in the county, it does have its challenges, but the crash rates there are not to the point that we have it on a project list. So, I don't know if, I guess we potentially could postpone, or if the applicant wanted to obtain that certification between now and rezoning, then we could reconsider it at rezoning. So, I mean, certainly want to give options for this body to determine what they feel like is best.
Just for clarification too, you referenced certification, I think. So what I'm understanding is you need something more official, say a stamp, an engineer's stamp on something versus something that was provided from KGIS, an aerial view. Is that accurate?
That is correct. We went out and looked at it, and from our observation, it looks like the line of sight is there, but it's close. And when it's really close like that, we just want to just be absolutely sure. So, and that was kind of the concern we had. So,
Very good.
Ms. Vineyard, would you consider postponing until you can get that certification?
Yes, I'd like to talk.
Yes, I would like to, because again, I think if the commissioner can do a little more study.
If you could, hang on just a second. If I'm a little confused here. Okay, so we've got the applicant, but you're opposed to the application, correct?
Yes.
So if we're talking to Ms. Vineyard right now. So.
Okay.
All right, so the question was posed by Commissioner Levinson to Ms. Vineyard that would you consider a 30-day postponement to be able to have time to get an actual survey done on that site distance. I think that's the only holdup.
Can I just ask if Mr. Snowden has seen these documents real quick?
I'm not familiar with what documents you're talking about, so.
You've seen, okay. So that site you don't think will work? It's 400 feet.
No, ma'am, it's the information that was submitted, like Ms. Portier was saying, there is some, that information is representative and not actual, so there is still some potential ambiguity. And with it being public safety, we just want to make sure there's no ambiguity there. And if Mr. Lynch can go out there and actually survey that and obtain those contours in the field versus that on a map that he's pulled from the KGIS system, we certainly would be supportive of that. We just need that additional verification. So, and like I said, I don't know if we want to, as long as we had that certification before county commission, we'd be okay with that too. So, it'd be whatever this body chooses.
Chair, for the sake of time, why don't we just do that? It seems like the most efficient path.
And just condition it on site distance.
Very good. I'm good with that.
Commissioner Habibi, you had your light on earlier. Did you have a comment? You're good? Okay, well, Chair will entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we approve the property on Crippen Road as at, how many dwellings? 3 dwellings per acre, subject to certification allowed to Mr. Snowden that is adequate before the county
I feel
commission
good
meeting.
about that. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have right, so we have a motion on the floor to approve planned residential at 3 dwelling units an acre, subject to verification from a licensed surveyor that there is site distance, adequate site distance available on Crippen Road. And we have a motion by Commissioner Levinson, seconded by Commissioner Hill. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, we are moving on to item number 13. Applicant is R. Paul Wallace. The location is 7729 Strawberry Plains Pike, which is northwest side of Strawberry Plains, northeast of Wooddale Church Road. It's 6.42 acres. The requested plan is RCC, Rural Crossroads Commercial, Hillside Protection, and CR, Rural Commercial. The existing land use is commercial. The staff recommendation is to deny the RCC, Rural Crossroads Commercial Plan amendment request because the subject property does not meet the intent of the place type. The hillside protection area would be retained. The staff recommendation on the rezoning is to deny the CR rural commercial zone because it is not consistent with the adopted plans. Is the applicant present?
Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the applicant.
Is there any opposition to this file? Seeing none, Mr. Mullins, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm not aware of any opposition. There was a comment online that had some concerns about it. It's the next door neighbor, and Mr. Wallace and the property owner reached out to him and talked to him, and he's fine with this. Like this is in the urban growth boundary. It's just a few hundred feet east of the city limits and a pretty significant commercial node there on Strawberry Plains Pike at the interstate interchange. We are asking to go from the place type amendment from suburban residential to a rural crossroads commercial, and then with the rezoning from A to CR, rural commercial. Presently, there is a commercial operation on it. It was allowed as a use on review in the agricultural zone, so no rezoning was needed, but there is a roughly 14,600 square foot indoor pickleball facility at that location. I told the property owner he was probably a little bit ahead of the curve in pickleball in that area, although pickleball is very popular. There hasn't been just enough residential development that has been completed yet to really serve that business. So he has been struggling in keeping that business open. So he brought in Mr. Wallace, who is my client and an investor, that wanted to be able to develop the back portion of that property for self-storage units. However, that does require a commercial rezoning, which is why we are here today. He's wanting to do a commercial self-storage facility and go in business with the owner so they can keep up the pickleball court, let those 348 apartment units there in the city there in the CH1 zoning that you can see in the bottom corner of the map. Let them get built out, maybe let the 8 units an acre across the street get built out, and then there'll be a lot more houses and a lot more demand for both pickleball facilities and self-storage facilities. So that's what the intent is. This is a similar rezoning application to the property you can see at the corner of Woodell, South Woodell and Strawberry Plains Pike there, the CA. That has already been approved by this body for a place type amendment and a rezoning to the same thing that we're asking here today. It's going from SR to RCC, Rural Crossroads Commercial, and then to the part of it's A, part of it's CA, and that part's going to go to the rural commercial zoning. It is still going through the process at County Commission. The issue is they want the access to South Woodell to be terminated and the exclusive access to be on Strawberry Plains Pike, which gets me to the, I guess, staff's comment. Staff, as I understand their recommendation, is recommending denial for the RCC place type because this isn't at a corner. And if you look at the advanced Knox, the RCC place type says it's appropriate typically at a corner. It doesn't have to be. It's not mandatory that it be at a corner. In fact, I had a application on Rutledge Pike just a couple of months ago where we're going to the RC or the CR place type and the RCC map amendment that was not on a corner. And so that it can be done. It's typical. And we think at this location, close to the intersection there, close to this commercial node, that it would make sense. It certainly would provide that transitional use between more intensive uses and less intensive uses that staff was talking about in this area. You have some pretty intensive commercial uses there on the east. As you move forward, a rural commercial use would be more of a transition into those other areas. You can see there's still at CA and there's planned commercial there. But those residential areas, as you move east to west at this location, this area is changing pretty dramatically. I listed in the letter that I sent, and I hope everybody had a chance to read it. I went through the changing conditions for the map amendment, and this language that I pulled out is almost word for word the same justifications that were in the Fegans property, that property at the corner of Wooddale. And I think they apply here just as much, if not more, since this is closer to that commercial node. So I do believe it would be consistent. If the rural commercial and the rural crossroads commercial place type and zoning is less intensive than CA, so that would be more sensitive to the potential residential character that is in that area as well. Self-storage, that's about as innocuous as a cemetery as far as traffic goes. It certainly would be a beneficial amenity to the residential neighborhoods in that area. So with all that, I do believe it meets the intent of the place type and it would be appropriate. There has been changing conditions as outlined in my letter and both the prior staff report for the property there at the corner of Wooddale. And so I would respectfully ask that you approve the plan amendment and the rezoning. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mullins. I don't know if anybody has any questions, but I do have one question about prior to the latest comprehensive plan. What did this in the sector plans? I guess
Yeah, it was a mixed-use special district. I'm not. I believe it would have allowed the commercial use, which was one of the considerations for the use on review in the agricultural zone when this pickleball facility was adopted.
It's interesting. I wonder why they decided to take it away from a mixed use.
I don't know. I didn't argue that there was an error in the map. I could have made that argument given that this is so close to a commercial node, other commercial properties, and is in the urban growth boundary. But I would rather just look at the changing conditions because they're already justified as articulated in a prior staff report.
Very good. Thank you. Commission? Anyone? Bueller? No. So any other thoughts and comments?
Please. I will say this. I got 3 seconds left, but I'll be real quick. I understand you always have to look at the concern that you're not just looking at what we intend, which makes a lot of sense and would allow an existing business to maintain its operations at the location, but you also look at what potential uses are there, which is why the rural commercial made sense, because it is one of the least intensive commercial zones you could do. The other option was neighborhood commercial, but that would be creating a nonconformity with the 5,000 square foot size for the building, and we had a 14,000 square foot building. So we thought the rural commercial made more sense under those circumstances.
Thank you. Commissioner Barger.
I tend to agree with Councilor Mullins on this, and I think it's a good use and the least intensive of uses. So I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the RCC plan amendment request.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to approve the RCC commercial place type by Commissioner Barger and seconded by Commissioner Perez. And
Excuse me, I think we need the rationale. Do we need?
that's where I was going with that. Hang on just one second. Right, so my delay there was we're changing the comprehensive plan now, so we have to have two reasons to do that. It's either one, it's an error or omission in the plan, which I think that could be, you know, it was already zoned or slated to be mixed use in that area, in my opinion. So it could be couched as an error in the plan, or if it's not just a significant or obvious error in the plan, we have to have two reasons to be able to change that plan. So if you look, you know, down on your staff recommendation, I believe it lists some of those ideas, but it could be one, it could be changing conditions.
If you look at my letter, I outlined the two conditions that just around the plan amendment that I think are justified.
Would you mind passing
Yeah, the
that
first
up?
one is, I have my copy. I'm happy to pass it around. I
Yeah,
have
we've
copies
had,
of everybody.
we've had server issues.
I know it made it hard to get ready for today.
Okay. How about this? How about we just let you articulate exactly what that is? We'll add it to the motion. Is that okay with you,
Sure.
Commissioner Barger?
The first one, the two of the four criteria is changes of a condition such as surrounding land uses, zoning, uncontrolled natural forces, disasters, et cetera. And this is an area that is developing, one of the fastest areas, both commercially and residentially. And the second one is the proposed changes support the policies, actions, goals, objectives, and criteria of the plan. And I refer specifically to the Comprehensive Plan's Implementation Policy 5, create neighborhoods with a variety of housing types and amenities in close proximity.
And you're comfortable with that, Commissioner
Yes.
Barger? Very good. So, right, so we have a motion and a second to change the comprehensive plan to rural crossroads residential. The reasoning is changing conditions, and the proposed changes support policies, action, goals, objectives of the criteria of the plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, we have, have a motion by Commissioner Barger, second by Commissioner Perez. Before we go to a vote, I want to call on Commissioner Midas.
Thank you. I will not be supporting this. I believe staff got it right. We just recently adopted the comprehensive plan. The client could have come up and at that time protested this current rezoning. Suburban residential does not allow for any commercial, so I will be voting no.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor say aye. Those opposed? We have one no.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Pardon me, we got to have the one more on the rural commercial. My apologies. Do you have a motion on that, Commissioner Barger?
I do. Gotta scroll up. Make a motion to approve the rural commercial zoning.
Second.
Okay, we'll need a rationale behind that as well.
Based on the comments of Councilor Mullins in the previous. Can I do that or no?
Give us a second. Okay, so these are all new to us here, how we have to change the comprehensive plan if it does, and we have a rezoning tied to it, so we have to have reasoning behind that as well. So, but yeah, with respect to the rezoning should be, backed up from the changing conditions in the area. There is an apartment complex down the street. There's commercial on either side of it. I think that's could be part of it. Yeah, and it is also consistent now with our interpretation of the comprehensive plan. Right, so we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Barger, a second by Commissioner Perez to approve the rural commercial CR on the zone because it is consistent now with the adopted plans. All in favor say aye. Those opposed? The ayes, they have one no. The ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Okay, next on our agenda was item 18, but we put it on a 30-day postponement. So we will be moving on to agenda item number 23. This is a subdivision report, concept development plan. It'll require two motions. The applicant is Masana Investments. The location is 4923 Shipe Road, southwest side of Shipe Road, south of Bud Hawkins Road. The zoning is planned residential up to 2.5 dwelling units per acre. The proposed use is a detached residential subdivision with 86 lots. Staff report or staff recommendation on the concept plan is to deny the concept plan because it eliminates condition number 5 to remove the road connection to the adjacent subdivision 5-SA-25-C/5-E-25-DP. The removal of the connection is not consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan or the Knox County subdivision regulations. The staff recommendation on the development plan is to deny the development plan, which eliminates condition number 5, just as read before. Is the applicant present? Is there any opposition?
Chair, I'll not be participating on this one.
You will not. Mr. Hill's going to recuse himself. Very good. Thank you. Is there any opposition to this file? And we have had 2 people sign up for 23. So we have Miss Thomas, Miss Julie Thomas, and Christopher Phillips, it looks like. Would you like to defer, Mr. Davis? Okay. So you guys will have a combined 5 minutes to speak, so it's about 2.5 minutes apiece. If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Julie Thompson, 6726 Little Flat Creek Lane, Coreyton, and I'm also the clerk of session for Washington Presbyterian Church, located at the intersection of Washington Pike and Shipe Road. I'm speaking in opposition to the Shipe Road request to remove the connecting road from Shipe Road to Ellistown. I agree with the planning staff that this request should be denied. This spring, we filled in the long ditch in front of the church property with fill dirt, seeded, fertilized, and strawed. And we spent several $1,000s and many hours getting the yard beautiful condition for summer. I walk with my mother in the morning in a subdivision near the church 3 days a week and observed on many occasions the destroying of our churchyard by numerous trucks coming from the current subdivision being built. They're carrying trees, wood chips, heavy equipment, and many more items. I've observed trucks pulling into our church parking lot and then backing up on Washington Pike, trying to make the turn from Shipe Road onto Washington Pike. When they stop the traffic, I've counted at least 9 cars on either side being stopped and having to wait on those trucks to get out of the way before they can continue. This seems to be a huge traffic safety issue. More importantly, they rarely are able to make the complete turn without driving onto our new grass, which is about now 20 feet of mud and ruts. We've put up cones to discourage them, but they have run over them, moved them, and finally stolen them while they continue to drive in our yard and tear it up. I've also observed that one of the trucks ran off the road into the ditch on the other side of the property into our cemetery and tore down the utility box that's not been repaired. No one from the development company has reached out to us in any way. We can only imagine how long this will continue if there's a second subdivision just getting started with similar clearing needs. We also expect that this traffic will continue once they begin actually building houses and have numerous trucks and equipment coming in and out with building materials and the heavy equipment needed to complete the houses. The intersection of Shipe Road and Washington Pike is not adequate for this type of traffic. I'm asking the Planning Commission to keep the expectation of a road through this new subdivision and require a stipulation that this development traffic use the road that will open onto Ellistown. I've measured both the Shipe Road and the Ellistown Road entrances, and there's more area at the Ellistown Road with only a field across the street from the entrance. There's adequate room to see oncoming traffic on either side of Ellistown. If they have to go to the intersection of Ellistown and Washington Pike, this is also a much larger entrance at that site than Shipe Road, and there's more than adequate space to observe any oncoming traffic. This road is within 2 subdivisions, will be much safer and will minimize the impact on Washington Presbyterian Church as well as the numerous vehicles that travel Washington Pike. Our church has been in this community for over 200 years, and we appreciate your consideration to help us maintain our property. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Mr. Phillips. If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, my name is Christopher Phillips, 5344 Golden Eagle Lane, Corrington, Tennessee. I come to you, good evening. My name is Chris Phillips. I'm here today as a concerned citizen who loves this community and is deeply concerned about the direction we're heading. I'm speaking to you as a father. I'm speaking to you as a youth sports coach and as the Gibbs Youth Sports Baseball and Softball Commissioner. I'm speaking to you as a substitute teacher in Knox County, speaking to you as a general contractor, and I'm also speaking to you as a combat veteran who fought for the values and communities we all call home. I understand that growth is often presented as progress, and I understand that new homes bring new tax revenue and new opportunities, but growth without planning isn't progress. It's expansion at the expense of the people who already live here. As a father, I've watched our roads become more congested in our community, become more crowded, in the small town environment that attracted so many of us here is slowly disappearing. As a coach and a baseball commissioner, I see another side of this issue. I see our parks, I see our fields, I see the limited recreational space available for our children, and every new development brings more families, more children, and more demands on the facilities that are already stretched thin. Growth doesn't just require more houses, it requires more ball fields, it requires more parks, more schools, more resources. As a substitute teacher, I see classrooms firsthand. I see teachers working hard to educate students in an environment that's already under pressure. Adding more families without making significant investments in education doesn't strengthen our schools. It overwhelms them. As a general contractor, I understand development. I'm not opposed to construction, I'm not opposed to building, but I also understand infrastructure, roads, drainage, utility, emergency services, public facilities must grow alongside housing. If they don't, the people who pay the price are the residents who are already there. And finally, I'm speaking to you as a combat veteran. I spent years serving this country because I believe communities like ours are worth protecting. Service taught me that leadership isn't about making decisions that are easy. It's about making decisions that are right. Growth should never happen simply because land is available. Growth should happen only when the community is prepared for it. I feel the community I fought for, I'm starting to no longer recognize. I'm asking the commission to consider what makes this community special. Once farmland becomes a subdivision, it does not become farmland again. Once our roads become overcrowded, once our schools become overburdened, once our character of the community is lost, we can't simply restore it. Growth should serve the community. The community should never be forced to serve unchecked growth. I'm asking you to slow down, consider the long-term consequences, and put the people who already call this place home first. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Davis, I believe. If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Scott Davis, P.O. Box 11315, Knoxville 37939. The previous plan was already approved. All we're asking is Shipe Road is over on the far right side. The original plan that was approved showed Shipe Road connecting into the new subdivision to the west or to the left side. Christian Alley, who's the developer for that subdivision, I've talked to Christian several times. He's talked to the folks in his subdivision. None of us want this road connecting into their subdivision for several reasons. People coming down Shipe Road will come into our subdivision, go through our subdivision, through their subdivision, over to Elliston Road to get over to Tazewell Pike as a cut through. Nobody wants that. We're happy to provide a connector with a walking trail, a sidewalk, to have connectivity, but to force us to attach the two subdivisions with a road going through that will only be used by pass-through traffic is a safety hazard. I don't want it as a developer. The people in the subdivision next door that was just built and the developer there don't want it. Why are we being forced to connect the two subdivisions that nobody wants? If this was a large 300-lot subdivision and you wanted this, quote, connectivity, which I still don't necessarily agree with, because if we provide connectivity and then we try to use the connectivity and we've been denied connectivity that we've been required to set aside because nobody wants the connectivity and the new traffic coming through their subdivision. Connectivity sounds great, but in practicality, the people that live in the subdivision don't want it. Why would we be forced to do it? In addition, subdivisions with one entrance have far less crime, they have less traffic problems and issues, and they have less cut-through traffic. If I'm living in a subdivision, I would much prefer to have one entrance for the safety of my kids, so I can walk, for my animals, and for less crime. So this plan, very similar to this, was already approved. So we're not asking for a new approval. All we're asking is that we are not required to connect over to the adjacent subdivision, which the developer over there does not want, the property owners there do not want, we do not want, and we'll be happy to provide connectivity with a walking trail to connect the two subdivisions for people to pedestrian walk. So I would respectfully request you all approve this plan, which is just connecting over, taking away the connector to the adjacent subdivision.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Davis. Are there any questions? I think probably staff, the main question is can you explain a little bit how it originally got approved like that? I mean, was there some sort of agreement originally that showed the connection and then not? I guess that's part of the confusion.
Well, generally the way these things happen is the guy to the west was required to provide a stub out to this property, which he may or may not wanted, but staff required it as a condition to his approval. So then he puts this stub out there, and then because that stub out's there, then staff thinks we should have to tie into that stub out because the stub out's there and he was required to put it there. Generally, that's how it happens. We're required to put stub outs all the time in subdivisions. We had one over on Thompson Road. We were required to set aside a lot for a, quote, stub out. We bought the land next door. Then they wouldn't allow us to use the stub out to tie into the land that we purchased adjacent to with the stub out that we were required to put in.
It's all very interesting. Commissioner Gill.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Mr. Davis, I really appreciate what you do. You're a part of a very successful development company. You're providing housing to our community, and for that, we get to see you quite a bit, and I appreciate that. I think that makes you a professional and expert when it comes to the subdivision regulations and the many things that you are required to do by that. And so I do want to just be honest and say that I'm going to try to hold you to a higher standard than somebody else sitting in the audience. And you're probably going to be in front of us more than once tonight, and as this always goes, you're well aware of the fact that we use conditions to be able to address community concerns. We use conditions to ensure that we are implementing the desires that we have as a community to reflect the kind of development that we want to see, and one of those is connectivity. I appreciate that you don't agree with it, and I understand that that's your position to take, but we've already approved this plan with that condition in place, and at that time, you agreed to that condition to have that stub out there. I understand that the property owner next to you doesn't like the fact that he was required to put in a stub out, but as you just told us, you're required to do that in many of your developments to provide these stub outs. We had a condition that this body sitting here already asked you to connect those two stub outs together as part of the approval conditions on that development. And for my own sake, when we have a conversation about conditions, and you and I have often have those conversations up here, and I say, hey, Mr. Davis, this is the condition. Are you going to be able to take care of that? And you say, absolutely. When we come back with a concept plan, we're going to have that for you. And so here we are in one of those inflection points where a condition that we had in place, regardless of whether you agree or not, was imposed upon your development, and now we're not seeing it. So I personally feel like staff got it right. We do have these regulations in place that do require these stub outs for the explicit purpose of providing the opportunity for connections to be made. Oftentimes, we put these stub outs into a field and nobody develops it for 20 years, and we have the conversation of, why are you requiring me to put a stub out? Well, here we are in a situation where there's not a field next door. There's a literal another development that's being developed, and the two stub outs can connect. So this is like one of those unique opportunities where the entire intent of our subdivision regulations come together, and your argument against it is, well, we don't really want to do it. So I appreciate that, and I understand that that's the case, but I think staff has it right here. I think that if you're already pouring a pad for a house, if you're already going to have to grade that area to put a house there, just connecting that road through isn't necessarily a burden on you, and I think that staff got this right. Pending any other conversation, I think I would like to make a motion to deny the concept plan, which eliminates condition number 5 to remove the road connection to adjacent subdivision, because it's not consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and our subdivision regulations.
Can I?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to deny the concept plan by Commissioner Gill and seconded by Commissioner Midas. You had a comment, Mr. Davis?
Yeah, just one thing for clarification, I apologize. There was actually 2 changes, and I inherited the original concept that was approved, so I didn't come up here to get the original concept approved. Yes, sir. So I wasn't here when it did that. So there was also, on the original plan, there was a bubble there when you first come into subdivision. I wish we had the old originally approved, but when you first come into subdivision, there was a cul-de-sac on the left-hand side. We did eliminate that cul-de-sac, and I don't know if that needs to be part of the, and Amy, I'd yield to you on that. The original one had a cul-de-sac to the left. We have eliminated that because it didn't make sense going up toward the creek. So there's actually 2 changes on this. One was elimination of a bubble that was there, and then the pass-through. So I respectfully request a possible amendment that if you agree to, with staff recommendation, do away with the cut-through, allow us to do away with the bubble that we've eliminated. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I will.
Mike, yeah,
I'll try to
Mike,
help.
can you clarify that?
I don't think elimination of a road that really doesn't provide connection to anything else other than a few lots. I don't think that's necessarily an issue. The road itself did move up a little bit to allow lots on the south side of their entrance road. It's really not that big of a change as long as there's no other variances or alternative design standards that were required, with this approval that was not approved the last time around. I guess the other piece would be if you leave the road where it's shown on this plan today and you make a connection to the adjacent subdivision, you'll have an intersection variance separation. We don't know what that is yet because they'll create an offset between your entrance road and the other road.
Everybody get that?
All right, so we're a little confused up here now as to what your comments. You said there was something else you were trying to say if
Well, I
it's
think if I'm
denied.
understanding Mr. Reynolds correct, and I don't want to speak for him, that was a insignificant change. All we did was eliminated a cul-de-sac on the left-hand side. So that, in that case, then it's not a significant change, and that could, I think, be done administratively without having to be done on a new plan, if I understand correctly.
Well, unfortunately, the part that connecting to the adjacent subdivision, your entrance road now will not align with that road, so you'll have an offset intersection on your side, so you'll have an intersection separation variance, probably.
Again, that would be done, that would be corrected with engineering and public works. It
Well,
would be a substantive change to the concept.
It would be you'll need a variance for that intersection separation.
Okay.
I think that's the problem.
Then we could come back and go to that again.
So are we saying, Mike, that the old concept plan is approved, right?
This was approved, yes, sir.
I mean, it has an active approval right now, the old one, this one, okay, right. This one. And you were coming back asking for elimination of that one stub road, and there were some other small issues, but is this one still active? Could Mr. Davis build this one today, is my question.
Yes, that is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got that.
Yes, sir.
Settled. Is there anything else? I mean, because clearly, I mean, there's a motion and a second to deny the request to remove that stub. Are you comfortable moving forward with this, the old plan?
We would proceed with this plan, and then if we need to come back and make any changes to connect, to get the road lined up like it needs to, if we have to submit for a revised concept, we would. If we can do it administratively with engineering, we would do that route. But if we had to come back and do a revised, we could. Yes, sir.
Okay, good, great. Commissioner Habibi.
So your other request is to remove that cul-de-sac with the 5 lots. But
Yes,
that's not been submitted yet. That's just something you're asking for right now.
Yes, sir. I think if I'm understanding correct from Mr. Reynolds, we can eliminate that because it's not substantive to anything else connecting. So I don't think that requires a new concept plan.
And you're just removing that road and replacing that with 1 lot, right?
Yeah,
The
we'd be
lot on the
eliminating
main
those.
road.
Yes, sir.
So instead of the road, it'll be one more house. And Mr. Reynolds, is that something you guys do in the back end, or is it something he needs to submit for?
I think we'll probably have to look at the differences a bit more, and maybe Ms. Warner might be able to, if you have any thoughts on any other changes, but I know the cul-de-sac on the end of Road A, so I guess the north cul-de-sac, that one, and the new plan extends up a little bit further. Again, these are little changes. They're not huge changes as long as they meet the standards. I'm not sure if it would be necessarily a problem, but I think we would have to just look at that a little closer and see if that's something we feel comfortable approving administratively or not.
Right, well, we've got a
if we
motion
can't,
and a
then-
second. We'll kind of address that, but I want to get to Commissioner Browning real quick, and if you still have any comments.
Yes, with all due respect to Commissioner Gill, I think connectivity certainly has its place with our planning. But I'm just leaning more towards the developer here in the fact that I think it's much more applicable to these larger subdivisions. I mean, these 200, 300 unit places. I mean, if I lived in one of these subdivisions, I mean, I wouldn't want that road connecting it. I mean, I would have general concerns about safety and crime. I really would. I'd much rather it be a walking trail or some sort of sidewalk. So, if this motion fails, I will be making a motion to approve eliminating Amendment 5.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Browning. Commissioner Barger.
I just want to second what Commissioner Browning said. I'm all for connectivity when it sounds good, but here, when neither developer want it, and look, if I moved in this neighborhood, I wouldn't want connectivity either. I wouldn't want cars flying through, taking, that as a cut through or anything like that. So I just want to say that if you make a motion, Commissioner Browning, I'll be seconding that motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Barger. Commissioner Habibi.
I don't think there is a number of lots that in the comprehensive plan that says above so many lots we connect, under so many lots we don't connect. So I agree with staff, and I think according to the comprehensive plan we should have connectivity. There's reasons for it. There's speed bumps on the road currently. Yeah, so I would deny your.
Thank you, Commissioner Habibi. So what we've determined is, there's a mixed opinion upon commission, but either way, you still have an active concept plan that you can move forward with, and it sounds like any of the minor details you could hopefully work out administratively on that plan. So, but at this point, we do have a motion and a second, and I see Commissioner Daly wants to speak now.
I just want to add to Commissioner Browning and Barger. I travel Washington Pike every day, to and from, and the traffic that's on there, I can just see them cutting straight up Shipe Road, straight through, straight back on Ellistown. And I live in a small neighborhood now, and if I was connected to the house or to the subdivision next to me, I wouldn't have bought in there just for the safety of my children going up down the streets. And I agree with you that it doesn't fit in this area.
Thank you, Commissioner Daly. All right, so we'll get back to it. Again, we have a motion and a second to deny the concept plan. You might be ready for a vote. Roll call. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Roll call. Mr. Diarmond, please.
Commissioner Browning?
No.
Commissioner Levinson? No. Commissioner Habibi? Yes. Commissioner Barger? No. Commissioner Harris? Commissioner Perez?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Daly? Commissioner Gill?
Yes.
Commissioner Midas? Commissioner Shuck?
Yes.
Commissioner Huber?
No.
All right, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 no and 6 yes. Motion fails.
All right, that was an interesting one. But yeah, so is there another, does somebody else want to bring up? That motion failed from a tie. There could be another motion made on this, right? If you so choose. If I'll leave it to the commission. If anybody else wants to make a motion, we can make that. It might end up in the same result. Counting down, 3, 2, 1. We are done. Sorry, so that motion is denied. So if you want to make a motion on the development plan.
Yeah, give me 1 second. We know how this is going to go, but I make a motion to deny the development plan, which eliminates condition number 5 to remove the road connection to the adjacent subdivision. The removal of the connection is not consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan or the Knox County subdivision regulations.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to deny the development plan by Commissioner Gill, seconded by Commissioner Habibi. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Can we have a roll call, Mr. Diarmond?
Commissioner Browning?
No.
Commissioner Levinson? Commissioner Habibi? Commissioner Barger? Commissioner Harris? Commissioner Perez?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Daly? Commissioner Gill?
Yes.
Commissioner Midas? Commissioner Shuck?
Yes.
Commissioner Huber?
Yes. Pardon me,
6
no.
to 6.
No.
6
Just
to
want to
6.
move on. No, mine's a no as well. So it's a tie vote again where the motion fails. So if you could just get with staff and see what you could do about working out your original concept plan, I think that would be wonderful.
So was there a substitute motion, or was that?
There was not. I opened the floor to the commissioners to allow for that, and nobody made a motion to approve.
Well,
It's denied. It was a tie, so it's denied, right? The motion did not pass, right?
You understand procedures better than I do, but,
Well,
okay. Well, I appreciate y'all's time. So I don't know what happens from there, and I've done this for a long time, so that means we get back with staff and go from there.
that's what I would think, yeah. If you wouldn't mind, please just get with staff and
No problem.
we'll go from there. I know this is a very unusual one. This is going to be an unusual day, I
No
have a feeling.
problem. I appreciate y'all's time and service. I'll see you here in a minute.
Thank you. Right. Okay, so we are now moving on to agenda item number 25. There are 5 motions, which is awesome. There's 3 variances, concept plan, and a development plan. The applicant developer is Homestead Land Holdings, LLC. The location is 1439 Ebenezer Road. The location is west side of Ebenezer, across from western terminus of Gatewick. The acreage is 5.97 acres. The property is zoned planned residential up to 10 dwelling units per acre. The proposed use is 47 attached houses on individual lots. The staff's recommendation on, as I'd mentioned, there are 3 variances. So the staff recommendation on variance number 1 is to approve the variance to not provide a cul-de-sac turnaround at the end of Road B. The staff recommendation on variance number 2, approve the variance to reduce the tangent length of a reverse curve on Road A from 50 feet to 30 feet. Staff recommendation on variance 3, approve the variance to decrease the intersection separation from 400 feet to 355 feet between Road A and Bexhill Drive. Staff recommendation on the concept plan is to approve the concept plan subject to 11 conditions. Staff recommendation on the development plan is to approve the development plan for up to 47 attached houses and a peripheral setback reduction as shown on the development plan, subject to 3 conditions. Is the applicant present?
Thomas Krajewski for Homestead Land Holdings, 122 Perimeter Park Drive.
Very good. Is there any opposition to this file? Seeing none, I have a question for engineering briefly, Mr. Elliott. So I see on the staff recommendation for the first variance, it has reasonings A, B, and C, and staff recommend on the variance 2 and 3, they all have 3 supporting information about that. Is that something you guys have looked at, those 3 variances?
Yes, our traffic team and our staff engineers looked at them, and they're okay with them.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Krajewski, you have 5 minutes.
Commission, this project is an infill project on Ebenezer Road in between North Shore and Westland. It's for a townhome community on fee simple lots. We've been working with staff on the design. The variances are related to lining up our intersection with Gatwick across the street of Ebenezer there, and then providing the stub out connection to the south, which is to some vacant property or property that is largely open with just a single residence on it for future connectivity on this one. It accounts for the park space back behind the veterinary clinic as was required by the zoning condition. So we have a small community park in the back of the neighborhood. And we agree with the staff report and all of the recommendations and conditions to the zoning, and respectfully request approval. Happy to answer any questions about the community. Otherwise, I have Derek Jones with Sterling Engineering here as well, who helped with the design if there are any technical questions.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Krajewski. Are there any questions from commissioners or anybody willing to take on 5 motions? Commissioner Barger.
I actually think this is a great use for this area. There's small houses, there's low income, there's everything right there, and developments going in left and right, and it's on a great road. So I want to, Lord have mercy, make a motion to approve the variance to not provide a cul-de-sac turnaround at the end of Road B. But is that the second one, or is that the
That's
first
the first one.
Okay, good. There you go.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Barger, seconded by Commissioner Butler to approve the variance number 1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it.
Make a motion to approve the variance to reduce the tangent length of a reverse curve on Road A from 50 feet to 30 feet.
Second.
We have a motion to approve variance number 2 by Commissioner Barger, seconded by Commissioner Butler. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it.
Make a motion to approve the variance to decrease the intersection separation from 400 to 355 feet between Road A and Bexhill Drive.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Barger, seconded by Commissioner Butler to approve variance number 3. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it.
Make a motion to approve the concept plan subject to the listed 11 conditions.
Second.
I have a motion to approve the concept plan by Commissioner Barger, seconded by Commissioner Butler. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it.
Make a motion to approve the development plan for up to 47 attached houses and a peripheral setback reduction as shown on the development plan, subject to the listed 3 conditions.
Second.
I have a motion to approve the development plan by Commissioner Barger, seconded by Commissioner Butler. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it. Congratulations.
Okay. Thank you, Commission.
Thank you, Ms. Barger. Thank you. Okay, we postponed item number 26, so we will move directly on to item number 27. The applicant is Turner Homes Incorporated. The location is on Gleason Drive. It is north side of Gleason Drive, east of Ebenezer Road. The approximate acreage is 10.54 acres. The zoning is planned residential up to 4 dwelling units per acre. The request is for an attached residential subdivision with 42 lots. Staff recommendation on there are see, 2 variances, an alternative design, a concept plan, and a development plan. So we have five again, all right. So the staff recommendation on variance number 1, approve the variance to reduce the K value of a private road A from 25 feet to 20 at point of vertical intersection PVI Station 1 plus 71.43, based on the following evidences of hardship. The staff recommendation on variance number 2, approve the variance to reduce the minimum required intersection separation of a collector road from 300 feet to 295 feet between private roads Road A and Java Way. Staff recommendation on the alternative design is to approve the alternative design standards based on the topographical condition of the site and recommendations of the Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works. Staff recommendation on the concept plan is to approve the concept plan subject to 9 conditions. The staff recommendation on the development plan is to approve the development plan for up to 42 attached residential units subject to 4 conditions. Is the applicant present?
Yes. Sean Rodriguez, Turner Homes, 11820 Kingston Pike.
Very good. Is there any opposition to this file? Seeing none, Mr. Rodriguez, you have your 5 minutes.
We're looking at building 21 duplexes for a total of 42 townhomes on 10.67 acres. We have 4 units an acre that was approved, and we've met with staff on pre-planning and met all the recommendations. That's what we got.
Very good.
We're doing luxury townhomes, so they're going to be, each unit's going to be 40 feet wide by 90 feet deep, so they're pretty good size.
Very good. And thankfully, Commissioner Barger has turned her light on.
You're welcome. I make a motion to approve the variance to reduce the K value of private road A from 25 to 20 at the point of vertical intersection, station 1 plus 71.43, based on the listed evidence of hardships.
Second.
All right, and I wanted to go ahead and reach out to the county on these variances. We have 2 variances and an alternative design that have a backup in the staff report here. You guys have looked at both the variances and the alternative design and are comfortable with those?
Yes, we've looked at them, reviewed them, and we're good with them.
Very good, thank you. Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Barger, seconded by Commissioner Daly on the floor to approve variance number 1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it.
Make a motion to approve the variance to reduce the minimum required intersection separation of a collector road from 300 to 295 feet between private roads A and Java Way.
Second.
Have a motion to approve variance number 2 by Commissioner Barger, seconded by Commissioner Daly. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it.
Make a motion to approve the alternative design standards based on the topographical condition of the site and recommendations of the Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the alternative design. Motion by Commissioner Barger, seconded by Commissioner Daly. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it.
Make a motion to approve the concept plan subject to the 9 listed conditions.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Barger and a second by Commissioner Daly to approve the staff recommendation of the concept plan, to approve the concept plan subject to 9 conditions. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it.
Make a motion to approve the development plan for up to 42 attached residential units subject to the 4 listed conditions.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the development plan subject to 4 conditions by Commissioner Barger, seconded by Commissioner Daly. All in favor say aye. And those opposed, the ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item number 30. This one is the applicant developer is Masana Investments. Location is Goff Road, Maryville Pike, Berry Road, west side of Maryville Pike, south of Maloney Road. It's 76.5 acres. The zoning is planned residential up to 2 dwelling units an acre, as well as planned residential up to 4 dwelling units an acre. Proposed use is a multi-dwelling development. There is 1 lot. This report will have 3 motions: alternative design standard, concept plan, and development plan. The staff's recommendation on the alternative design plan is to approve the alternative design standard based on the justifications provided by the applicant and recommendations of the Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works. The staff recommendation on the concept plan is to approve the concept plan subject to 14 conditions. Staff's recommendation on the development plan is to approve the development plan for up to 255 multi-dwelling unit development subject to 4 conditions. Is the applicant present? Mr. Davis is here. Is there any opposition to this file? Yes. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like we have 4 people signed up so far. Is there any additional? Item number 35, 6. Looks like we have 6 people. So we still have 5 minutes total for all of you. So I would suggest, maybe getting together and talking about that. But let's see. First off, we have Scott Ballard. Is Mr. Ballard here? Scott Ballard. Okay, not seeing Mr. Ballard. William Sofield. He had to work. Okay, Mr. Sofield. Leanne Sofield. That's me. All right, we got one. Come on down. You state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Leanne Sofield. I live at 2328 Mount Olive Road. I actually own 2 of the parcels that you can see that abut this particular development.
And Ms. Sofield, if I could just, for the record, make sure Mr. Davis deferred. He defers. Okay, thank you. Go right ahead, please. Thank you.
Okay. This particular development, first I'd like to say that my house and the houses that are next to me, Miss Harper and Miss Parrott, are part of a zoning that was called estate planning, which means they're large lots. I'm the 3rd generation to live on this lot. That particular development that you're looking at came before this board on September 11th of 2025. You had originally said that you were going to deny it because it did not meet the character, I believe is how you said it, is, deny the development concept plan because it is not consistent with the planned residential zoning district for the subject property since it exceeds the density and hillside disturbance budget allowed in one of the PR zones. At that time, a roll call was made because Mr. Davis had submitted variances and approvals were started before we as the public could even make a comment. If you go back and look at the videos, you can see that. We had several speakers, including the Ballards, myself, and some others. What I would like to say is I understand there needs to be development. And what it was different lots. It was 2 different lots. And so they were zoned as 4 to an acre or 2 to an acre. To me, just because you have 4 to an acre as a proposal doesn't mean you need to build 4 to that acre. It's also 72 acres worth of lots of woods, trees that are 100 years old, and it looks like it's going to be a 35-foot setback. So I believe Mr. Davis's option would be he would destroy all the trees, but then be told through the variance that he would actually have to replant the trees. You established that you approved it back in September that it had to be done by variances, and he had to abide by those. Now he's coming back and asking for different variances and to treat it as 1 lot instead of 2. So are you going to be consistent with what you asked for back in September? I also would mention that this does come out on Maryville Pike, and it's within parental responsibility zone of Mount Olive Elementary School. You're going to be asking students to walk down a state highway that has a 50-mile-an-hour into a bad curve across from the dog park. This is a safety issue. He won't put in sidewalks. We've got kids that won't be able to walk to school, so let's throw 250-something houses worth of cars going to that elementary school. Originally, he wanted 259 houses. To justify getting approved, he agreed to go down to 257. I don't think 2 houses are going to make a lot of difference. I would ask that you not approve this at this level of density. It needs to be less houses. We don't have multiple use houses. We don't have multiple dwelling houses. We don't need that here. And I will give my time to someone else.
Thank you, Ms. Sofield. Ms. Reinhardt?
Hi, my name is Jama Reinhardt. I live at 2321 Mount Olive Road, which is on the same road as Ms. Sawfield. I would like to first of all, emphasize what she said, that this density is not what the rest of the neighborhood and surrounding this area. Our houses, we have larger lots, and that is why we picked this area. There's a lot of nature and wildlife. We have a flock of turkeys. There are 4 deer, and I imagine that if his development goes through, all this will disappear. He's not building this in his backyard. He's building it in our backyard. And this is not why we moved to South Knoxville. This is not why people moved to South Knoxville. They moved because of the nature. I have lived in that house 40 years. Next week, my daughter was born a year ago. And he is wanting to change what I have known all my life. And trying to just push it through. And I hope that you guys will look out for the people who live in the neighborhoods and that have lived long time here. As one of the other speakers said, you don't just build to build. Once you let him do this, there is no going back. Just because he replants trees will not recover 100-year-old trees and the wildlife that he will destroy in the process. We have large backyards, and those yards are used for that wildlife, and that is part of the attraction to South Knoxville. That is why my daughters live there, because I don't want to live in a subdivision which has not a single tree and has a minuscule backyard. I hope that you guys will deny his subdivision and maintain the character of South Knoxville as it has been, not the vision that he wants it to be.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. Can we add one more minute, Nick, to that? Because we have two more, Ms. Meyer. Is that very good? And then there's a Michael Makishka. Michael, is there another opposition? Michael? Okay, well, we'll just go with you. You got a minute and 12 seconds.
Okay. I'm Angela Meyer, 1834 Botsford Road. My husband, Derek Linsgraff, and I own the parcel that's 9 acres to the left. That's our rectangle. And we're not necessarily opposed. We're interested in finding out about the traffic. We timed it, and from our piece of property to UT Hospital is 6 or 7 minutes. And we thought that was one of the best selling points of the property because you could get to UT if you had an emergency or if you worked there. So that is our interest and our question is we're curious about the road. How many cars can it handle with the subdivision? So it's mostly a question that we have.
Very good, thank you. Yes, thank you, Ms. Reinhardt, or yes, Ms. Reinhardt, thank you. Sir, is your name Michael in the blue shirt? Did you want to make a comment? Well, we're happy to wait on you. If you could state your name and address for the record.
My name is Michael Moshinsky. I appreciate your time.
Yes, sir.
6101 Rudder Road.
Nick, add another minute, please.
Now, I'm not going to be as quick as everybody else. Y'all may get mad at me as far as how much I can talk.
Well, we've got a minute and 42 seconds reserved for you, sir.
I appreciate your time. I'm glad for the development coming into the area of town. It's bringing a lot of activity, a lot of good things to our school. I have 2 kids going to school in the area. They spoke about the environment, you know, the older trees. Well, with that comes new parks. I understand that too. As far as looking at y'all, I just hope that as they're developing this whole area, because Johnsonville highways have 1,300 homes put on it. This is going to feed into that road onto Johnsonville Highway. As you're looking at the environment part of it, please look into the septic and sewer systems. Learn from Williamson County, Williams County. They have had all these systems failing now that they're putting in. They're calling them step systems. It's a quick way, it's the easy way to get this all in, but it's failing out there. They went through what the growth we're going through now, 5 years ago out that way. If you could reach out towards Nashville, talk to some of your companions at your level, maybe slow that down a little bit, learn what they learned, apply it to what you're doing here. As far as the traffic goes, if you could turn right out of where that development's going to be, to get to to get to 129, you're going to have to go left past the elementary school. It's a 5'11", one-lane tunnel. That's it. It gets backed up now from the traffic. If you go the other way, you're going to come up to where you're going to John Sevier to get to US 129. Like I said, John Sevier, you have over 1,300 homes and apartments going in that home, all that home stretch up there. So all those people going down that road, they're not even there yet. The land is plowed, they're putting up the homes. So you can't even study that traffic yet to get out Old Maryville onto that road. I know I'm going over time.
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
This is new to me, okay?
Yes, sir.
But if you just drive down there yourselves and try to turn right off Old Maryville in the morning, it's a competition of who's willing to take the most risk. That's what the people living on the road now, that live not on this development. He's coming up. I'm not against development at all on the road.
Very good.
But that's without the people, without the houses that are being built
Understood.
on top of this.
Yep, understood. Or if
So
you
you're
could wrap
talking
it
about
up.
1,300 homes on John Sevier. They're already approved by y'all, which I appreciate.
Very good.
And then you're going to feed in 250 more of the rest of us already trying to wrestle onto that road.
Understood. And that's why we have an engineering department to review all that stuff. But we appreciate your comments and thank you for coming down.
And I figured that's about how it go. You know, the engineering department, they haven't done too great. Y'all know that.
We're appreciative of them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I appreciate them too, but you know, I've been living down there for a while, and we're still waiting for 129 to get done. They just put off another 3 years.
That's a whole different ballgame.
It's all blends together. Each road files into the next.
They do. And I'd like to call Mr. Davis up. It's his turn to talk. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Scott Davis, P.O. Box 11315, Knoxville 37939. Y'all may remember this plan was already approved. The zoning's been approved. This plan's already been approved. We've come back and we're asking for two variances. One variance is going from 12% to 12.3% on a road, and the other is a K factor on another road. And those are the only two changes that we have made. And so I would respectfully request y'all approve per staff recommendation. And again, this plan has already been approved. We're here asking for two variances, none of which they're engineering variances, not aesthetic or any other variances.
Thank you. And yeah, I think that's probably some of the confusion where a plan comes back in front of us. It's already been approved, but due to our process, it has to be looked at again because of the variance request.
Yes, sir.
But speaking of that, I do want to reach out to Director Elliott and say on the alternative design, Knox County Engineering has had an opportunity to review that, and they're okay with it.
Yes, our staff engineers and our traffic team have all reviewed, and they're okay with them.
Very good. Thank you. Yeah, it's hard out in that area. There's a lot going on, so I understand where the neighbors are upset, you know, with development. There is a lot going on in Knoxville, Knox County. However, this is a plan that we've reviewed at length before and approved. So yeah, just any comments or thoughts from commission? Commissioner Hill.
I'll make a motion. Approve the alternative design standard based on the justification provided by the applicant and recommendations of Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works.
Second.
So we have a motion to approve the alternative design by Commissioner Hill, seconded by Commissioner Levinson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it.
Motion to approve the development plan for up to 255, approve the concept plan subject to the 14 noted conditions.
Got a A motion by Commissioner Hill to approve the concept plan, subject to 14 conditions, seconded by Commissioner Levinson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it.
Motion to approve the development plan for up to 255 multi-dwelling developments, subject to the four noted conditions.
Got a motion by Commissioner Hill to approve the development plan for up to 255 multi-dwelling units, seconded by Commissioner Levinson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you.
Again, thank you all for your time and service. You don't have to see me again today. I thank you.
Thank you.
See y'all. Thank you.
Speaking of that, we are going to take a short break, probably 15 minutes. So we'll be back, we'll say in 15 minutes.
One woman reminded me of my ex-wife.
All right, if you could make your way back to your seats, please. We will re-adjourn the August 2026 Planning Commission meeting. All right, well, we are now moving on to agenda item number 31. The applicant is Thomas M. Hale. The location is 1624 Graybeal Road, east side of Graybeal, south of. Approximate size of the tract is 6 acres, zone agricultural. Existing land use is agricultural. Proposed use is mining and mineral extraction, a quarry expansion. This is a use on review report under the agricultural zone. We'll just take one motion. The staff recommendation is to approve the request to expand existing quarry mining and mineral extraction operations as shown in the plan of operations, subject to 10 conditions. Is the applicant present?
Yes, sir.
Okay, could you state your name and address for the record, please?
Thomas M. Hale. My office is at 800 South Gay Street, Knoxville, Tennessee.
Very good. And is there opposition? We've got a few people signed up, I believe, here to speak in opposition. Would you like to go first, or would you like to defer?
I think I'm going to go ahead and reserve as much time as I can for rebuttal, but I think I would like to go ahead and present the Vulcan's position on this.
That is your choice. You have the floor.
Thank you. I am a lawyer here in town. I've been a partner at the law firm Kramer Racing since 1980. I am the applicant only because my client, Vulcan Land, to expand their, or to extend their quarry. I'm here to answer your questions. A team of Vulcan Lands employees who are here to make sure that we're able to answer your questions about this project. In 2009, I worked with Quarry when they expanded the permit in 2009 to the west side of Graybeal Road. At that time, we worked with the community. Dr. Kirkpatrick, community. In 2009, required as one of the conditions that if we were to go on the, I guess, the east side of Graybeal to operate, we had to come back and bring this matter for you for use on review, which is what we're doing precisely. There is no dispute about This land that we're talking about today that's shown on the screen is the last of the land that Vulcan purchased in 1989. I'm not here to waste your time. As a matter of fact, I want to thank you for what you do. But there are a few things I say that I don't want to assume, because my suspicion is that most of you, while you've had a lot of experience with use on reviews, you may not have one involving a quarry, and you probably haven't had one where there was a road that was through the middle of the property that was proposed to be relocated. So I thought that we should go back and look at some of the fundamentals of use on review for uses permitted only for that purpose. The subject property is zoned agricultural, and under the agricultural requirements, one of the uses that is permitted on review is mining and mineral extraction. The approval requires 2 or 3 different sections of the zoning ordinance. One involves the use on review provisions in 6.5 of the ordinance, and the specific provisions that deal with mining and mineral extraction are in 4.10 and 4.5. In particular, in this case, where you are considering a pretty unique land use that is extremely important to this community, it's critical to understand the idea and reasons for why the ordinance provides for uses permitted on review. Keep in mind, this is not a one-off development. This is the extension of a long-standing existing business that exists for the sole purpose of extracting and having access to a depleting resource that is critically important to this community. Everything that's built in this community uses the resources from quarries. This quarry's been there for many, many years. Let's look for just a minute at the basic provisions of the use on review ordinance, which is at 6.5. And specifically, and I want to quote because I think the language is very important, in addition to uses permitted by right in various zones, specified uses may be established and maintained only with the approval of the Planning Commission. The review and approval process is intended to provide for uses which are beneficial to the community, but that may involve a potential hazard to the development of an area unless appropriate provisions are made for their impacts.
Mr. Hale, your 5 minutes has expired.
The 5 is gone.
Already, just like that.
Would somebody help me?
You said you wanted time for some rebuttal too. Let's let the opposition speak and then see if there's questions after that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
So, Mr. Smith or Mr. Kirkpatrick or Mr. Irwin?
Mr. Smith.
Okay, very good.
You
Mr.
can call me
Smith.
Kevin, please.
There you go.
Kevin Smith.
Name and address, please.
My address is 1717 Hickory Meadows Drive. I'm here to represent the Association of CARE. We are Citizens for Accountable Review and Engagement, and I'm here to respectfully request some additional time so that we can rebut Mr. Hale's comments and whatever else may follow, please. The decision made here today will impact future generations for the next 30 to 50 years. We bought a home in Hickory Meadows, and the overriding theme tends to be, didn't you know you were buying next to a quarry? And we did not buy next to a quarry. None of us did. We bought next to a 60-acre field that was called Hickory Meadows. The principal issues to consider here, the use compatibility remains entirely unresolved. The adopted planning context has changed significantly since 2009. Grable Road is integral to the application. It's not merely an afterthought to reroute an emergency artery. Vulcan's concessions, which we are very much appreciative of, and we want to thank them for engaging in meaningful conversation with CARE. Vulcan's concessions improve mitigation but do not decide any reflection of compatibility. Several proposed commitments made by Vulcan require clarification and enforceability. So for now, I'm going to stop, and I would like to turn this over to Dr. Keith Kirkpatrick, please. Thank you. Or I'm sorry, Chris Irwin.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Irwin, name and address for the record, please.
Chris Irwin, I'm with Knoxville Environmental Law Partners. We represent CARE. My address is 2131 Riverside Drive, ironically close to a Vulcan quarry.
Thank you.
So CARE has already submitted a 21-page written comment to the record. I'm not going to reiterate that. It contains detailed facts, legal authorities, noticed arguments, comprehensive plan analysis. So I'm not just going to read that back to you all. But I do want to focus on 3 points quickly. Just as he just said, the residents of Hickory Meadows did not move next to this quarry expansion. The quarry expansion is trying to move next to them. They moved next to a meadow. They moved next to approximately 60 acres east of Graybill Road that has never been approved for mining. In 2009, Knox County expressly provided that the Vulcan-owned land east of Graybill Road could not be used for quarry operations unless they got the separate use on review before this neighborhood was ever built. That's the application before you today. This isn't about the existing quarry. The question is whether the quarry should now cross Graybill Road onto the Knox County land that the Knox County deliberately left outside the approved operation. My second point is there's a threshold notice problem here. And I stand to be corrected, but I raised the very first thing I said when I was here last time was that there were substantial modifications to the permit and it needed to be re-advertised. This isn't a last-minute procedural, maneuver on our part. We raised it in writing also, and we're raising it again today. Article 1, Section 1 of your administrative rules says that following a substantial revision to the request, the application will be re-advertised. This is for notice. This is for fairness, so the community knows who they're commenting, what they're commenting about. It doesn't say maybe, will be. During the postponement, after even that, when I said it needed to be re-advertised, Vulcan materially changed setbacks, blasting protections, monitoring, berms, landscaping, screening, and other conditions. Vulcan says these protections add more than $7 million to the project. I give him credit for that, but there's no exception to beneficial substantial revisions. And I haven't found any evidence that the substantially revised application was re-advertised. I've looked at Knoxville Focus. I've looked where the commission puts the advertisements. If planning contends that it was published, I would ask the staff before you act today, tell us where the revised application was re-advertised. And the record shows why this matters. CARE filed supplemental comments asking, is the Hickory Meadows drilling and blasting setback 450 or 500 feet? Vulcan's August 3rd materials say 500 feet. The revised plan of operation on August 6th says 450 feet. These are different conditions. You shouldn't approve this expansion while the applicant's own revised documents conflict over how close drilling and blasting may occur next to these neighboring homes. Third, and my final point, mitigation is not compatibility. Let's say that again, mitigation is not compatibility. And from what I've looked in the KGIS, and I could be corrected, these 60 acres appear to be designated rural living on the Knox County's current future land use map. I didn't see them designated as mining and heavy industrial. That wouldn't automatically prohibit mining, but Section 650.06 requires you to determine whether this use is compatible with this location and consistent with the county's adopted plans. The planning staff acknowledges that the mining and extraction and blasting are generally not compatible with surrounding residential development, and that this proposal may be inconsistent with the comprehensive plan's community character policy. They've offered setbacks, berms, landscapings, that matters, but mitigation isn't compatibility. I don't believe Vulcan has carried its burden. Finally, I'd like to cede to Dr. Kirkpatrick. We have a community member who happens to be an international expert in these matters. But my final point would be that we should take more time. Let's advertise this. Let's do this right. As Mr. Smith said, these people, these residents, this neighborhood's going to be dealing with the blasting. They're already having their homes shake. This isn't like something that's going to happen. You've seen in the comments. Their homes are shaking from the blasting. The dust is hitting their house. This is already a problem, and they're asking for more. With that, I would cede the floor to Dr. Kirkpatrick. Thank you.
Right, so we're past the 5 minutes. If we can probably do 2 more minutes.
That'd be fine.
And yeah, so Nick, if you could add 2 minutes, and yeah, we'll have Dr. Kirkpatrick speak.
Thank you.
And we'll afford that other 2 minutes to you, Mr. Hale, as well.
Yes, that would be great.
Name and address for the record, please.
I'm Dr. Thomas Keith Kirkpatrick. I reside at 12605 Buttermilk Road. I've lived there since 2003. Since that time, as Mr. Hale has noted, I was involved in the 2009 expansion. It also included the land beyond Graybill. And at that time, the decision was made that the boundary should be at Graybill. And that gives me a unique experience because I agreed with those concessions. I worked with Vulcan. I was very appreciative. And I wanted to let you know, Vulcan's a good company. They do exactly what Tom is saying. They provide a lot to the community. But as I've lived in my residence, I've experienced more impact as that project moved forward towards Graybill. And through that experience, I've got more air blasts because everybody talks about the blasting. It's more about the air blast where you have the reflection from the density changes in the atmosphere coming down. That will shake your house. That's where I'm coming from. You're looking at this, and we're talking about how to mitigate it by putting up berms and distances and all that. If this was compatible with residential living, you wouldn't need to have any mitigations. You could just do it. But in fact, I've been doing these type of projects all over the world. I'm unfortunately an engineer, and this is what I do. I do infrastructure projects and power projects. And I looked at this really hard, how to make it. And relocating the road and how we're doing it, we're trying to force something to work that will not work. You cannot mitigate out and go straight up to 250 homes. It's just not compatible with the region. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kirkpatrick. And Mr. Hale, you have 2 minutes.
I'm going to speed it up. But I do want to finish the original thought, and that is the use zone review is for 2 things. The one I mentioned, there may be potential hazards related to some uses that are beneficial to the community, but it's also to integrate properly the uses permitted on review with other uses located in the district. It's not to stop them or don't, is to figure out how to mitigate them or how to integrate them. And that's what we have been trying to do with what we've been working with the community on. I do want to mention the specifics of the 4.5, which is the purposes for the use zone review and the regulations governing the mining industry. And what it says there is it's recognized that the extraction of minerals is a basic industry within the area subject to these regulations. Further recognize that the location of underground mineral deposits will not necessarily coincide with zoning boundaries established by this ordinance. Therefore, the extraction of minerals is classified as a use permitted on review. However, it is further recognized that mineral extraction may involve differing processes and may seriously affect mine parcels and surrounding properties. Therefore, these standards are established for mineral extraction in the county. The staff of this body has reviewed our submission, has recommended approval, and has explained the rationale for why they say we are in compliance with those regulations. We rely on that work. One point about the re-advertising, the cases relied on are inapplicable here. They involve a statute, a state statute that requires planning commissions to approve any zoning change that is submitted to a chief legislative body to get a recommendation before it's acted on, and that's what those cases rely on. There are provisions, well, I'm out of time again. There are cases that say that if the changes are in favor of the party who would oppose, that it's not necessary to resubmit. And that's the cases we rely on.
Well, thank you,
We ask
Mr.
that
Hill.
you approve it.
Yes, thank you. And I did want to reach out to Director Brooks and ask her about planning commission's advertising rules and that type of thing. If you could speak to the advertising rules that we normally, for a use on review, right? For how would we normally advertise it? Did that get done properly?
It did get properly per our administrative rules, so again, I'm sorry, I'm limited in the information I have, so I don't have the date, the specific date for the newspaper posting, but it was posted with all the other cases, and then the sign was posted by 6/27, and then postcards were sent out as well.
Very good. And that's, of course, that's our planning commission. There might be some other advertising you're talking about for other types of permits that you might need along with that. But from what I'm understanding here is planning commission had those advertised properly. Commissioner Habibi, you had a comment?
Mr. Hall, when did the quarry start operating originally? Just to confirm.
In the 1960s.
So they started blasting in the 1960s?
They started, yeah, they had to. They drilled and blasted.
Okay. I mean, this is a tough situation for everybody around, and I understand their hesitation, but my question was because they mentioned that they moved in there before. But how old is that subdivision? Because it's pretty new, right?
Yes, it's just been built.
It's a year ago, right?
That's right. You just
If you're going to speak, we need to come to the podium, please.
Yes, it was just recently built in the last 2 years.
2 years, yeah.
Yeah,
That's what I'm looking-
and it was approved by this body, and you've already done an approval for a new one right next to it.
So my point, and I'm not saying this is easy, but my point is, you mentioned that they moved in not knowing there's a quarry around, but
No, but go ahead, finish your question.
that's why I'm trying to understand the difference.
Well, I'll speak to that.
Sure.
Because when I moved in in 2003, very similar situation. I knew where the quarry was. I did not know when I moved in that there was a plan to move it further, okay? So I worked with Vulcan back at that time in the community. Community was 100% against it. But same thing then, you're trying to balance between what's the greater good here. The housing density along Buttermilk on that part was not as, where they wanted to expand then, wasn't very dense. That's changed since that time. So when these residents moved in, and all they could see, if you bought those properties, all you could see if you looked on the website was that property was listed as rural RL. It was not heavy industrial. Now, I may have known about the use on review because I was involved in 2009, but none of these community did. So you're talking about moving something that is very intrusive with dust, vibration, overblast. When I call it an overblast, but it's air blast, but reflections. That they never thought they were going to encounter. So it's not that they moved next to a quarry. They moved to a location, like I did, where we thought the quarry was over there. We could live with that distance.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay.
Commissioner Barger.
I don't know how to say this without it coming across as harsh and rude, so I just want to apologize. That's not my intention whatsoever. But if you go back and look at all of the owner's cards for all of the properties that Vulcan and Dixie Lee Property owns, the property in question has been owned by Vulcan Land Use since 1989 and been included with the quarry property. And I was a corporate pilot for a long time in Atlanta, and there was constantly people that moved in near the airport and then fought the airport because of the noise of aircraft. And I'm like, but you moved in next door to an airport, and the neighborhoods and the properties that are surrounding Vulcan have been built since or bought since Vulcan started as a quarry, and their right is a use on review. And I understand that it's agriculture. I completely understand that it looks like a meadow. However, in 1989, they bought that property with the intent of probably going forward and expanding their quarry. So for me, it's one of those things where they just hadn't expanded yet, but just because it looks like a meadow and it's shaped like a meadow does not mean that it's a meadow. It might be a meadow for horses, right now, but it's been owned by Vulcan this entire time. So I hope that makes sense where I'm going with that.
Thank you, Commissioner Barger. Yeah, this is a tough one I think for everybody. All the comprehensive plan, we just got redone all the comprehensive plans too. And I'm just looking at that right now, and part of what you're saying, it actually shows in the comprehensive plan as mining and heavy industrial. But a comment on agricultural, they're not asking for a change, zoning change to mining, because it is allowed in agricultural if the special uses are considered and if they can mitigate it, So it could be any kind of farming, any kind of mining. It could be just a dirt pit. They would still have to come back in front of us with a special use request. Now, one thing I do want to mention to planning commissioners, because normally when we get these uses on review, it is just about a particular use in a certain zone, and we make a decision, and it stays with us. That is the decision. However, the way our zoning code works, when it is a mining and extraction operation, it is a use on review. However, it will move forward to Knox County Commission. So we are not the final say. We will, again, be a recommendation, but it will move forward. And that's, for use, for the neighbors, you'll have another opportunity to talk to County Commission, just as Vulcan will have that opportunity. I just wanted to lay that out there, that our vote today is not the final vote on this. So I just wanted to lay that out. Commissioner Gill.
Yes, thank you. I had some similar thoughts. I think we've heard from both parties here about what we're supposed to be considering on use on review, and I think it's important that we do point out the history of the neighborhood and the like, but this is predominantly a land use conversation about use on review, and so the comment was made that if it's just fundamentally not compatible and that's why it's not allowed by right. That's not how our zoning works. It is fundamentally compatible because it's allowed in this zone. It's just we're supposed to have additional administrative oversight to make sure that any potential injury to surrounding property owners is mitigated. It's not necessarily that we're supposed to say this is completely incompatible because we don't agree that a mine should be next to a housing development. It's can we make sure that we can have the neighborhood can coexist with this use that is allowed within this zone. If it wasn't allowed at all, it wouldn't be allowed on use on review. So we're here to determine whether or not the conditions that are placed in front of us are sufficient to mitigate the injury that's possible based on what's being presented to us. And I think that from that lens, I'm looking at 10 conditions plus some additional ones that have been offered by the applicant within their plan of operations that they made in combination with the meetings that we had with CARE. If I remember correctly, we sent this back to postponement last month to ensure that CARE had that opportunity to work with the developer to find a commonality and a way to ask for additional mitigations. And CARE, based on what I'm reading in here, has agreed with, and that developer has met those requirements in there. We didn't necessarily hear about any of those, so I guess I have two things I wanted to ask as to what CARE's perspective is on the actual mitigations that have been placed in here, and then secondly, I heard this brought up, but I just want to pick the thread a little bit, is the enforceability of those. They are in the plan of operations, but the conditions on this rezone and use don't necessarily reference that plan of operations. So theoretically, if they choose to change this in 3 years, there's nothing in this plan that makes those plans of operations that we've agreed to permanent. So is that the correct read?
I'll just go ahead and, on the last point that you had, just Mike Reynolds, planning staff. If they do anything different than the plan of operations, they got to modify the plan of operations. They got to come back to us. So they can't just ignore what's in the plan of operations it is.
Okay, and that's what condition 8 is. It just said you have to provide the plan of operations. It didn't necessarily say that that's now, as long as we agree that that means that whatever they agree to in the plan of operations is it, unless they come back, then that satisfies me. I guess that was my other question for the CARE representative. I know that I was reading a lot of these had been agreed to. Did they substantially meet the conditions that you had asked for? Was there something that was missing?
No, they did not.
Can you explain?
Basically, we put forth proposals, had a meeting, and they submitted their revised plan directly to this body without our review or approval. So we did not formally agree to those concessions.
Good. Commissioner Midas.
Yeah, I have a question. I assume this is for maybe a representative from Vulcan or for you, Mr. Hale. One of the things that we're in the application that we should consider is the product that's being extracted from the ground is actually coming to help Knox County, its citizens, its residents, and that you're there for a purpose to help us out in our growth as a community. I think you've done I've appreciated all the communication that you've had with the community. I guess my question is, how much of the product that's actually being produced out of this quarry is helping local communities, helping the local community?
All right, so we have a Vulcan representative, I'm assuming, coming up. If you can state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Jason Adrian. I live at 235 Cool Springs Avenue, West Knoxville. So what was your question? I'm sorry.
So in the application, it talks about how it's better to go ahead and expand an existing quarry than to create a new quarry. And that part of the reason we give this use on review is because it allows for a demand that we have within our community for roads and for your product. How much of your product out of that quarry actually is used in Knox County in our area?
Well, actually, all the material that comes out of that quarry is used in Knox County.
It is, okay.
So it services the entire West Knoxville market to start with. And a large portion of that, probably 65% of it goes towards residential growth, but also towards the roads, infrastructure, and all the needs in the West and Knox County area.
Is a site like this difficult to identify in our area?
I would say, yeah, it's extremely difficult to identify, and to move it would be very tough in that area. As you've seen, what Knoxville looks like now is what it did when this quarry went in the 60s. So to put this site somewhere else in that area would be very tough.
Okay. I appreciate that input. I mean, I feel for the neighborhood, honestly, but I do appreciate the mitigation that you have done to try to be less disruptive. So thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Midas. Commissioner Browning.
Yes, there's two things I'm hearing here, and this normally would be a pretty easy decision for me, but Dr. Kirkpatrick does a really good job in terms of expressing what's going on over there. One thing is the greater good for the community, and I'm glad Commissioner Midas touched on that. Are we looking at Knoxville as a whole? I mean, is the expansion of this going to help the 551,000 people that live in Knox County? Is that going to be more important than, what the subdivisions are around it? And then number two, and what Commissioner Gill said is, we got to consider the mitigation of the injury to the neighbors, And I wonder if Dr. Kirkpatrick could expand maybe a little bit on what that injury might be. I mean, I know you've said some about that in terms of the air blast, I'm assuming decreasing property values. I mean, what other kind of injury specifically are we talking about here?
Currently, Vulcan has been operating well within their vibration limits for ground vibrations, and their measurements show that they have been doing their acoustical pressures properly at their boundaries and at various locations. But when you're talking about injuries, the air blast that I'm talking about will shake your home. This is where your windows feel like they're coming apart. There's multiple recordings of our neighbors. We've all experienced it. It'll make your pets run underneath. We actually even have an autistic child living in one of the neighborhoods where when they experienced this last blast, went running out into the streets, if I remember correctly. We have video of a dust cloud coming off of the quarry that we've put into the record, where you can actually see it, and you can see the dust cloud go over the community on Google Earth. So when we sit here and talk about these things, I mean, if I wanted to set up a Civil War cannon in my front yard and set it off every day at noon, you wouldn't allow me to do that. That's the same thing that we experience when the blast goes off. And yes, berms help. The mitigations that we're talking about, we've worked on. These are things that you would have to do to lessen the impact, but it does not eliminate it. And that's why I agree with you. You have a hard decision to make, because we are talking about minerals that are necessary for the community. I will not deny that. But you also, when I talk about the impacts, I understand your airport analogy, but when they bought that property in 1989, there was no guarantee that it would be approved for them to expand that way. And in 2009, when they applied, they wanted all of it to be approved. This body back in 2009 did not approve it to go past Graybill because of the residences. Do you understand where I'm coming from on that point? Because it is more impactful. At some point, yes, we will run out of stone in this location, but we're talking about eliminating a road or relocating it. When you look at the relocation to be able to get around this, you're going to make a race car track out of Graybill. It's going to have a 90, a 90, a 90. That's where I'm trying to get across. We're trying all these things to make something incompatible compatible. And even the staff, even though they approved this to move forward with 10 conditions, if you read the language in there themselves, this is generally not compatible. What is generally not? Does that mean you're generally pregnant or not pregnant? I mean, just the humor of that statement from an engineering standpoint, it's one or the other. Is it compatible or is it not?
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Commissioner Gill.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I had a couple of other kind of gaps that I wanted to look at, because now we're actually talking about the mitigation strategy. So I had two things. Is we just heard Dr. Kirkpatrick reference that we would never allow somebody to set off a cannon in their front yard every day, and 100% agree with that sentiment. But just to bring this full circle on our metaphor, I was looking through those plan of operations, and it says that the expected times of blasting was 1 to 2 a month, with monitoring being done to the community to let that know. But it says up to 10 occurrences a month. So are we saying it's 1 to 2, or are we doing 10? Because to me, that a 10-fold difference, we're getting closer to what Dr. Kirkpatrick's saying. If it's 10 times, that's a lot. If it's once or twice a month, that's a fully different conversation. So which is it?
Name and address for the record, please.
Jordan Littauer, represent Vulcan, 115 East Park Drive, Brentwood, Tennessee. So if you look back at our records, and again, they're public records. If you call fire marshal, they can tell you when we blasted. It's not, we can't hide it. We never would. But if you look at it on average, for the last handful of years, we've shot 1 to 2 times per month. And the reason why is because it's very market driven. You look at the hole in the ground there, you can only fit so much shot rock in there. You're not going to just shoot, 5 years worth of material and just sit on it. It just wouldn't work. The material gets really wet. It doesn't run through the plant well. It stops up the plant. You can't run efficiently. So generally based on the market demand, which we see pretty level from here until a long time, because a lot of competitors are starting to pop up. We're not quite as busy as we would like to be sometimes. We've been doing 1 to 2 times per month. But as we develop that operation north, as long as we get approval and we go across and relocate Graybeal Road and do what we do very well, it could get more, and we could increase more per month, because as you develop, some of those blast sizes are a little bit smaller until you really open things up. So if you look at kind of the end of the pit there's not as much width as there is on the sides. And so certain areas you got to shoot more often to maintain that, say, I'm just going to use an example, 100,000 tons of sales a month versus some months where you might shoot 50,000 tons a month. So, but generally 1 to 2 times per month is what we have seen. We were asked to not be ambiguous, and the 1 to 2 times per month wasn't close enough. And so in order to not hamstring ourselves, we decided that 10 times per month is the best number for our business. And again, we don't plan on doing that, but we don't want to, we're self-imposing that to where no one will ever shoot more than 10 times per month.
And I appreciate that. So I guess that's kind of, then I think it's important that we kind of then lay that out, because you understand that a 10-fold difference is not a small amount. Like
Yep.
this is a factor of 10 difference between the number of shots. So if that's the case, you could say that you on average do 1 to 2, but we have to treat this as 10 when we're having these conversations on what the mitigation factors are. And so that, to me, that changes the math a little bit, because like if you could be constrained to less than that, and there's a compromise that can be found to be less than that, if 1 to 2 happens, but you happen to do 3 or 4 that month, that's a 2-fold increase. That's absorbable by, in my mind, by communication with neighbors. 10 is, I mean, that's a lot. And so like for me, that seems to kind of change if that's actually a concession to the neighborhood or not. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get it. And real quick, just about if the community accepted the concessions we made so far, we were told in those meetings, like, we still won't approve it no matter what. So we're trying to do all we can internally, because we are a good neighbor to this community. I've worked for a lot of my competitors before, and I'm telling you, Vulcan is the best quarry to have in a neighborhood. And we've gone from, if you remember on the use on review, and I'm not good at the legalese, but we started at 200 feet. Drilling and blasting buffer. We're now at 500 feet. I mean, that's a huge increase. And the reason why we haven't gone further is, once again, everyone has a job. We have to run a business. And then when you make that more and more and more, you can't even operate. So then it's like, okay, well then what's the point? We have to be able to run our business. So
I appreciate it. I don't mean to monopolize time here as well. I wanted to see if that 10 was something that you would be willing to perhaps trend down, but if
is that something we can agree upon in this meeting and not have to like come back just to talk about that one term? Or
well, I mean, if the condition 8 is what I think, it says provide an updated plan of operations. These are in your plan of operations. If we're conditioning on that and we can get an idea of what you're going to have in your plan of operations to get that number closer to that 1 to 2, then for me personally, I don't know about the rest of the commission, that would satisfy that gap in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, for us, I'm willing to go to 6 right now. And honestly, like we really cannot go below that, because there will be times where we have to. It'll be very rare. But generally, like I said, 1 to 2 times a month is what we will be doing from here on out.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Chair Huber. I would like to revisit some of the comments by Mr. Kirkpatrick and make sure, one, that I understood them correctly, or all of us did. And in his last moments of speaking there, it appeared that every description of the complaints related to current operations. So 1 of 2 things would have to occur. Either they're violating beyond their operations, or they knew what they were getting into because they've been doing that before the subdivision was there. So when he talked about the air, whatever, the air blast or whatever, that's been going on, I would assume, prior to even this subdivision. So those seem like complaints that have existed for many, many years. With that, I'm prepared to make a motion that we approve the request to expand the existing quarry as shown in the plan of operations, subject to the 10 conditions, and I guess we want to modify.
It's not really a condition about the 6 times blasting a month. I think it's a matter of public record right now anyway, so.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, we can go ahead and add it per Director Brooks here. So we
Okay,
can
so
add that as an 11th
Add that as a
condition,
maximum of 6 per month.
as the 11th condition. Right, so we have a motion on the floor to recommend approval of the use on review, subject to the 10 existing listed, plus adding the 11th condition of no more blasting than 6 times per month. Is that clear? There's a motion. Is there a second? Ms. Barger, thank you. Ms. Barger's got a second. Commissioner Habibi.
To the residents, I guess, if you can answer this. So with the issues currently, is there any talks with the builder with, when you bought this property? Obviously, you've visited, you've done inspections, you've heard the blast, the air blast, the dust, the whatever. If you can kind of speak on that, of what you've experienced during the purchase, and if there's any talks with the builder.
If I can speak to that. My name's Lorian Faber, 1721 Hickory Meadows Drive. I am a homeowner right next to that green blob up there. More generally, I'll answer your question, but more generally speaking, to address the question of whether we were aware of what we experienced, how would we possibly experience that until we were actually living in our homes and felt that first blast? There is absolutely no way that we could have gone and stood on that property and felt a blast and then made a decision about what we were buying. To your question, we were given a very generic waiver, sort of, by Ball Homes, didn't name Vulcan by name. It asked us to acknowledge that we were aware of an industrial operation within some distance of our homes. It was about this long, and it was part of that big stack of papers. It was a very generic, kind of cagey disclosure.
At closing?
Sorry?
At closing?
Yes.
Or when you signed the contract? Yeah.
Yes. So they didn't expand any further than that. I do know that some of my neighbors who have done their due diligence beyond even what I did. First of all, I was in real estate. I know you are as well. I don't believe that it's reasonable due diligence to expect a prospective home buyer to look back in the record of the Planning Commission several decades to find out first who owns the property. Yes, that's accessible in KGIS. But what might they do with that property 10, 20, 30, 40 years into the future? I do not believe that is reasonable due diligence for a home buyer, nor a real estate agent, to be honest with you.
Well, I think if I could interject here, I mean,
Yes.
I totally follow your line and your question, but I think we're getting a little bit off of the subject. We're here to talk about a use on review for a certain piece of property. Yeah, I appreciate that. But currently we have a motion and a second on the floor. I'd like to go ahead and see if we couldn't get that vote. So we have a motion by Commissioner Barger and a second by Commissioner Daly. All in favor say aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Do we have another one? Yeah, that's the use on review. Okay, we are heading on to agenda item number 32 now. The applicant is Union Baptist Church. The location is 6701 Washington Pike, the north side of Washington Pike, west side of Maloneyville Road. The size of the tract is 26.17 acres. It's zoned agricultural, and the proposed use is sport playing fields. Again, this is one motion. It's just the use on review. This one will be our final decision. It will not move forward to County Commission. So staff recommendation is to approve the request for sport playing fields with a maximum number of fields and parking spaces as shown on the plan, subject to 9 conditions. Is the applicant present?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Is there any opposition to this request? I don't see any on our list up here. Could you state your name and address for the record, please?
Harry Brooks, 6600 Washington Pike, 37918.
Good to see you again, Mr. Brooks. So you have the floor. You have 5 minutes.
Just to review quickly, it's been a number of years in our making to arrive where we are. We spent years looking at needs in the community and where we would have a ministry that would apply to those needs. We came up with 2 conclusions. One, daycare, family recreation. And both of those situations, we're in the middle of a desert in regard to a daycare possibility and also in reference to the family recreation opportunities as well. Two or three items. As you've seen on your paperwork, we're looking at soccer field that can be used for football, flag football, lacrosse, rugby, et cetera, and youth soccer as well. 4 pickleball courts, Little League field, girls softball field, t-ball field, and a dog park. The daycare addition, you'll notice on the plans that you have, if you've looked at it, as well, is there from that standpoint. There'll be a pavilion built in the middle of all of this for church use and community use as well, in reference to whether it's a family get-together, maybe a family reunion along those lines. There'll be a walking trail approximately 4,500 feet in length, and we'll be creating a new entrance. We were asked at the very beginning, we need to find another entrance for this operation. Potential issues that are out there as we finalize the ultimate plans. The boundary on the east side in reference to the Little League field, center field fence will be very close to that boundary. We think everything is going to be fine unless there's something goofy occurs, back behind it, but we don't think there's a problem there. We may very well swap the purpose of the fields. If you'll look on your diagram, the one field to the, where it says the girls softball field, may want to swap that one with the t-ball field over back to the left there. There you go. Purpose being is the only 2 fields that would have any kind of auditable announcements would be softball and Little League. So we're moving the sound fields to the middle, so it'll be silent in regard to t-ball and in soccer. So those are the closest to any resident. So we're going to look at that very strongly from that standpoint. The entrance, we're going to need some help on the entrance. We're going to have to go to the Board of Zoning Appeal in reference to some latitude there because of just the way it's located. There is a drainage ditch that we'll have to culvert and so on and so forth, but that's on your bottom right in reference to the right above the clock, 202 from that standpoint. There's a number of questions that I have in regard to clarifications of the conditions. Would like to ask those questions if it's appropriate now or whenever you want me to, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I guess you can ask staff, what type of questions are we talking about? I mean, we
For
can't get
example,
into too much of the detail.
On their diagram in regard to the setbacks, if you'll go to that screen, okay, go to the top, see where the, at the very top there is the larger frame built, larger is the current daycare right there. To the left is the proposed where we would put the new. But what already exists beside the future daycare is a playground. So, but with the setback regulations, I would have to eliminate a current playground. So what I'm asking for is to move that, that line that's going west to east to the left, about where the, even further back, right in there, between the parking and the daycare, right in there somewhere, move it to that area. We'll still have the same setback from that standpoint. Secondly, need some information. What is a non-invasive tree? I have no clue. Now, I know what a non-invasive plant is. I've got some. Those are those tame blackberries. I understand the reason, but I have no idea about that, or if you could give me some direction as to where I can go and find out what a non-invasive tree is, that would help us big time.
Mike, you want to speak to that?
I was going to say, there's plenty of resources online that we can, there's resources online that we can point you to. There's a lot of local trees that you can choose from. There's
As
really
long as
not
we,
an issue, yeah.
we know what not to do, we're in good shape. Another item, one of the conditions, the condition number 8, talks about a one-story structure. The word structure is a very broad, encompassing term. For example, behind home plate at Little League games, girls softball games, you have an elevated scorer's box called a crow's nest in reference to the official for the game, the scorekeeper, the announcer, so you can look out over the field to determine if it was a hit, an error, and you're not having to look around people. So at every field, you have that elevated environment. Now, is that a structure that I can't have elevated up above 1 story? That would exist only on girls softball and the Little League.
Right.
And also a backstop
Right.
is multiple stories. It too is a structure. The same thing in reference to a coach's crow's nest over beside the soccer field.
So most of these, I think, would normally have been worked out or questions answered prior to the meeting today. It's a little hard for us to operate on the fly with these. Did you have any more? I mean, I guess part of me, I'm wondering if it's possible, if you want to consider a 30-day postponement and you can work out every single detail with staff. If I just don't know that we'll be able to get everything answered in the next few minutes.
Well, I'd like, I've got a meeting planned for the Board of Zoning Appeals in reference to the driveway this month. So I'm not trying to kill the project, obviously, but I think that the term structure becomes problematic from the standpoint. I think what you're after is that where we have concessions, where we have the pavilion, where we have the bathrooms, that it's not a multi-level building. And that's not going to occur. All of those will be 1 level.
Right. I just, and there's other comments you say on other.
I think that the questions that we had.
Yeah. Okay. So I still.
But no, one other question, information. Can you run a water line through those peripheral zones and or the zones in reference to setback?
Right. So again, with all these, due respect, Mr. Brooks, I think this probably needs to be postponed and just worked it out, work with staff on answering all these questions, because they're good, valid questions. Totally understand you need clarity on those. I just don't think we're going to be able to do it today. So
well,
I'll call on Commissioner Hill here.
I was just going to ask the applicant if he would like prefer for us to vote on this as presented or postpone.
Well, I don't know what the word structure means. If I knew that from experience when you've had this condition with other operations, then I would be fine to say, yeah, let's go ahead. But if structure refers to a backstop, if structure refers to the scorer's box up above behind home plate, then you've eliminated the operation of the field.
Yeah, let's call on engineering real quick on that. Mr. Elliott, could you opine on if that would fall under a structure?
A backstop would not be a structure. I would say the scorer's box would require a permit and would be considered a structure.
A 2-story structure.
Well, I can't read the staff reports. I can't get on the website, so
Right.
I'm not for sure what we're referring as 1-story structures. Samuel, could you clarify?
There is a condition that says that the structure shall be 1 story. The applicant did not provide an elevation drawing or height measurement.
So this use on review is more stringent than what the zoning ordinance says, is that? Because the zoning ordinance wouldn't limit them to 1 structure, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Well, or do we have an opportunity to keep it to 1-story structures, but exclude a whatever we want to call the, the batters, wherever, score box?
If I would be happy if you could just say that excludes the scorer's, crow's nest.
Right.
Behind home plate on the 2 fields and the coach's elevated coaching box and any kind of netting and or fencing in reference to the sports.
Very good. So Commissioner Daly, I'm sorry, I may have
No,
jumped
you're
over
fine.
you earlier.
I was prepared to
to do a motion because I think this is great for what we need in our area. I'm just patiently waiting to know if we can
I think that
do it
would
or
be,
not.
that would be great. I think if you could just add some extra language to item number 8, where it says the maximum height of the proposed structures shall be 1 story with the exception of the crow's nest. Is that
With
accurate
the
enough?
exception of the score box.
Score box, yes, with the exception of the score box.
And the coach's box at
And the
soccer.
coach's box. Right.
Coach's elevated box, and the backstops and other related, you'll have high netting around the soccer
Yeah,
field.
that's not
The
considered a
netting
structure, though.
Okay,
It's
that's
only
not-
it's only going to be the coach's box and the scores.
box.
scores
We're good.
box. So if you would,
Okay. So I'll make a motion to approve the request for sports playing fields with a maximum number of fields and parking spaces as shown on the plan, subject to the 9 conditions, with changing number 8 to the maximum height of the proposed structure shall be 1 story with exception of the score box and the coaches' boxes.
perfect. All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Daly, subject to 9 conditions, and seconded by Commissioner Parker. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we are moving on to item number 34. Commissioner Gill has informed me he is going to recuse himself from this vote. This is a vote sent to us from Knox County Commission to consider a moratorium on the data centers. So the recommendation reads, the Planning Commission should make a recommendation to Knox County Commission on whether to approve or deny a moratorium on data centers in Knox County through June 30th, 2027, or until the Knox County Commission adopts new regulations governing the placement of and operation of data centers. Michelle Forche, can you give any color? You're just on this?
Did you have any specific questions, or do you?
No, I don't think so. I just thought I'd throw it out there if you had any comments.
Sorry, I don't mean to be obtuse. I just, nothing beyond what we've covered in agenda review, but I'm happy to answer questions if you all have any.
Very good. That's all I needed to know. So Chair will entertain a motion. Commissioner Barger.
Can I say so moved, or do I have to read that entire recommendation?
I guess you could say so moved per Commissioner Huber's.
So moved per Commissioner Huber's reading.
There you go. All right.
Second.
Okay. So I'm being told now that we probably have to read it.
Okay, I can read it.
But you need to say in it that we approve, not deny. It says we approve or deny. So just, if you don't mind reading it and just say approve.
Yeah, I make a motion to recommend to Knox County Commission to approve a moratorium on data centers in Knox County through June 30th of 2027, or until the Knox County Commission adopts new regulations governing the placement and operation of data centers.
Commissioner Hill still in a second? Yeah. Thank you, sir. Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the moratorium on data centers. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it. Thank you. Okay, we are on to agenda item number 35. The applicant is LD Glass. The location is 7504 Granada. Location is south side of Granda Avenue and east of Glade Hill Drive. Approximate size of tract, 0.71 acres. The current plan and zone is LDR with RN1. The requested plan is to change to medium-density residential. The existing land use is single-family residential. The staff's recommendation is to deny the medium-density residential land classification because it does not meet the criteria for sector plan amendments. This will take 3 motions. Is the applicant present?
Yes. LD Gas, 7504 Granda Drive.
Thank you, ma'am.
I need a small house, handicapped accessible, in the back of my lot. And I have passed around, I'd like to ask, did everyone have a chance to see? Has everyone up here had a chance to see the,
It's going around right now, ma'am.
They're passing it around now, I think.
passing it around now? Thank you. Okay, so number one, I do need a small house that's no stairs. It shows that on there. It shows no stairs. And number two, it's not allowed on my present zoning to build in the back, to have two on one lot. And number three, I did explore several possibilities before I applied. This application was originally February of 2025, and I did discuss in quite a bit of detail other possible alternatives before requesting this rezoning.
So is your intent to build a completely separate structure and leave the existing house there?
Yes.
Okay, just trying to clarify. They're still passing this around, so we're trying to take a look at it, but please feel free to keep talking.
What?
I said, please feel free to keep talking. They're still passing that around.
Okay. It shows, I only have one copy in which I showed on there the location of the proposed small house in the back of the lot. There's only one copy of that. There's, I believe, 3 copies of the small house plan. And I have discussed it with the neighbor who is where the driveway would come up, and that I've discussed it with that neighbor, and they're not opposed. At the time of before I applied, I discussed in quite a bit of detail at the city-county building with the several questions about it, and so it is surrounded by mostly R4. So that is why it has been, the request was for, because there are quite a few R4s. It may be that the person who was helping me to present my to fill out and present my application and to decide on the R4. They may not have, they thought that it was likely to be recommended by staff, but then there's legacy issues where the R4s are pre-existing before this present, both the sector plan and the one-year plan and the comprehensive plan. I believe those are what they call legacy zoning before this new plans went into effect. So I am requesting to, I'm sorry. That's all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gass. I think we're all up in here trying to figure out how we can help you. So you see a lot of people talking and emailing and texting, trying to figure out how we can do that. There's a lot of questions of has she tried this, has she tried that?
Yes. Excuse me, I would say before I ever applied for this zoning request, I explored all these other options of surveying the lot, also the ADU. That was quite complex. I explored that in detail, both at that time and then even since then. So those, all of those options I've tried, as I said before, and since then. I did put in, by the way, I do no longer have the ability to do the email and the online digital communications, but
Understand. Yes, ma'am.
Forget what I
Commissioner
started.
Habibi, can I call on Commissioner Habibi?
Yes, ma'am, have you looked into a flag lot? Because I think this could be a good candidate for that. You know what that is?
a flat lot.
Flag lot. They pretty much will cut a part of the bottom lot, and they'll run a driveway or an easement to the
Yeah,
front.
oh, yes, I did look into that. It's not allowable. Some years ago, the width requirement is changed, so no, it would not qualify for that.
Can I ask who you talked to, or if staff can maybe answer that? Because it looks like it's wide enough.
Well, I had a surveyor come some years ago. This is prior to my application, but I did have a surveyor come and look at it, and it is not quite, it does look, it's close, but no, you can't do a flag lot.
So, Commissioner Butler, are you gonna, some of you?
Yes, so we discussed the option of creating a flag lot and have a house or having an ADU before we accepted the application last year. Yeah, the applicant wanted to request the rezoning at that time.
So you discussed doing a flag lot and an ADU. Can you not just do an ADU?
Initially, my understanding is that initially the applicant wanted a larger house which would exceed the maximum allowable size, and it would require variances. And I believe the applicant has communicated with the city's plans review and inspection staff about those.
And can I just add?
Yes.
So are you just saying flag lot is not allowed, or it did not work, or you're saying the applicant did not want to do that?
It could work, but I'm not sure how the survey looked at that. But based on the lot size alone, I think it could work.
Yeah, Matt, did you submit the survey to staff to review for the flag lot? Because, I mean, this could be your best chance or easiest way to do it.
Well, I discussed it at great length on several occasions. I actually put in the little note that I wrote out, handwritten note, that I had explored several options. And that was one of them, one of the first, that was actually probably the first one that was discussed, but I'm trying to think what.
And I'm sorry to ask again, but just to confirm, did you discuss that with the surveyor or with staff?
Both.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. The surveyor was some years before, and so because that wouldn't work, and so then I applied with the to talk to the staff, and it was ruled out. That was the very first option. It was ruled out with the staff as well as the surveyor.
I mean, it doesn't seem like they have record of that. You may want to. I had a similar situation, and surveyor said it's not going to work. Talk to city, it worked. So you may want to go back and talk to the city about that in the future. Try again.
I'll add that if the applicant wants to create a flag lot, I think it is possible based on the lot size, and staff can provide feedback on that. If she wants to have an ADU, she should work with the city's permit department, see what variances are needed, and if they can be accommodated.
Commissioner Butler.
I think those are both really good options, Samuel. I built an ADU at my home, and my lot is not very big. And one of the things that I considered, and I don't know if you've considered this or not, but was also to build my ADU and provide some kind of connection to my original, to my original home, like a little canopy or something. If you can connect them, sometimes that opens up another avenue. It wouldn't have to be a, you know, a big room or anything. Just, I don't know if you've looked at that or how close the home would want to be to your original home.
Due to the topography, that would not work.
Okay.
It's on a hill. It's quite a bit of
Okay.
elevation.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Gass, I mean, if you can understand what we're trying to do, we've got a staff recommendation to deny your request, and they've got legitimate reasons for that denial. We're trying to work out something that we don't have to deny you and still help you to move forward and achieve what you want to do. We had just talked for a second about maybe introducing you to somebody specifically in the city that could maybe help you along. You know, staff does a great job, but I think you had mentioned.
I'll go and speak to her.
Okay.
And
That's great.
one other thing that I discussed with staff, just a minute here, is that I was not aware about a RN3, but an RN3 would be workable.
Right, but that still puts you into the medium density classification, which is the holdup, I believe, with staff, as far as I can tell, anyway. Commissioner Hill.
It appears like there could be 2 or 3 options out there potentially that need to be explored, and I'm willing to make the motion to deny the MDR land use classification because it does not meet the criteria for a sector plan amendment.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to deny this is going to take 3 motions. Deny the medium-density residential land use classification because it does not meet the criteria by Commissioner Hill, seconded by Commissioner Barger. But I do want to say this, Ms. Gass, we're going to try to introduce you to someone from the city after this vote, and I think we'll be able to get something worked out for you.
Oh, I did go to the city. I've been to the city zoning and the engineering, and in discussing it with staff, I've gone through all the things they referred me to. In fact, I've been at this for 1.5 years.
Yeah, well, that's too long, but
Yeah.
yeah, I think we're going to need to try to take another stab at it from a different angle. So we have a motion and a second to deny. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it.
Make a motion to deny the MDR land use classification because it does not meet the criteria for a 1-year plan amendment.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor to deny the MDR on the 1-year plan by Commissioner Hill, seconded by Commissioner Barger. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it.
Make a motion to deny the RN4 district because it is inconsistent with the LDR land use classification and does not meet all the criteria for rezoning.
Second.
We have a motion to deny the rezoning to RN4 by Commissioner Hill, seconded by Commissioner Barger. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Sorry we had to do that, but we'll figure out a way to get you a place. We'll be moving on to agenda item number 38. The applicant owner is the Preservation at Loves Creek, LLC. Location is 1717 Loves Creek Road. Location is southwest corner of the intersection of Loves Creek Road and Buffett Mill. The size is 5.38 acres. The zoning is RN4. The proposed use is 5 lots in a multi-family residential development. Is the applicant present? Yes. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and read the staff recommendation here. This one will have 4 motions, 2 variances, a concept plan, and a special use. So staff's recommendation on the first variance is to approve the variance to allow multifamily dwellings to be served by access easements based on the following evidences of hardship, which there are 3. The second variance, staff's recommendation is to approve the variance to allow more than 10 dwelling units to be served by an access easement based on the following evidence of hardship. Again, there are 3 listed. The concept plan, staff recommends that we approve the concept plan for up to 5 lots and a common area subject to 5 conditions. The staff recommendation on the special use with this file Staff recommendation is to approve the request for a multifamily development of up to 84 units, subject to 5 conditions. Again, is the applicant present?
Yes.
Okay, is there any opposition to this file? I do not see any. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, Mr. Harvin, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. There's just one point of clarification that we're asking for here. In the report somewhere, there is a type A landscape buffer. It's on the south end of this. What we're trying to do is to buffer the historic home that we've moved over to that site. Yes, right where the arrow is right there. We want to make sure that that type A landscape buffer is just on that one line right there. So I think it's 97 feet long. So as long as we just have the type A landscape buffer in that area right there, we're in agreement with everything else that the staff has recommended.
So, I'm sorry, you're saying in one of the conditions, you're wanting to change one of the conditions?
Just to clarify one of the conditions.
Okay, and is this on the concept plan or the special use?
I'll let Samuel talk where that is.
It's a condition of the concept plan after the relocation of the historic structure to install a type A buffer along the southern property boundary. Mr. David Harbin wants to have that buffer only along the 97-foot portion of the southern portion, the one that is shown on the screen, and not the rest of the southern portion, because that would be covered by a different condition anyway. Staff will be, I think the condition doesn't necessarily need to be changed. We can work with the condition as written during permitting.
So the consensus is that it can be addressed during permitting versus now. Is that okay with you?
As long as when I get to permitting, they don't say then at that point, then you have a condition where you have to buffer the entire southern border. I just want to make clear, just a clarification on that buffer only covers the 97-foot wide.
The 97 feet of the lot for the relocated historic structure.
Yes, I just want to make sure when I get to that, to that part.
So it needs to be amended a little bit. Okay. So everything else is okay?
Everything else we're in agreement with,
just a little clarification on that. I'm looking for a light.
I got you.
All right.
I'm on it.
Okay, so yeah, did you understand
Yep.
Mr. Harvin's request, 97 feet next to the historic structure that is being moved on condition number 2 of the concept plan conditions?
That's 2 down.
Yeah.
Let's start with the making a motion to approve the variance to allow multifamily dwellings to be served by access easements based on the listed evidence of hardship.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second, but I do want to reach out real quick to city engineering. Ms. French, has city engineering had an opportunity to review the 3 evidences of hardship on the variance for variance 1 and variance 2?
We have, yes.
And you're comfortable with both of those?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. Okay, now we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Barger, seconded by Commissioner Daly, is that right? Very good. To approve variance number 1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it.
Make a motion to approve the variance to allow more than 10 dwelling units to be served by an access easement based on the listed evidences of hardship.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to approve the second variance required by Commissioner Barger, seconded by Commissioner Daly. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it.
Make a motion to approve the concept plan for up to 5 lots in a common area, subject to the listed 5 conditions, and changing number 2 to ensuring the relocation of the historic Alfred Buffett homestead structure to the abutting southern parcel in coordination with the city's plans review and inspections department and planning staff. A type A landscape screen shall be provided along the southern boundary after the relocation of the 97 feet.
Of the historic structure.
Of the historic structure.
Very good. We have a motion.
Second.
We have a second for the concept plan with the 5 conditions as stated by Commissioner Barger. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it.
Make a motion to approve the request for a multifamily development of up to 84 units, subject to the 5 listed conditions.
We have a motion on the special use by Commissioner Barger, seconded by Commissioner Daly. All in favor, say aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Harden. In a minute. Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item number 43. Applicant is Yuri Bordai. The location is 4722 Rohar Road. It's on the southeast side of Rohar, west of Sullivan. The zoning is RN1, and the proposed use is a two-family dwelling. The staff recommendation is to approve the request for a two-family dwelling in RN1 zoning district, subject to 4 conditions. Is the applicant present?
Yes.
Very good. And is there there is someone signed up to speak against us, Mr. Austin Conte? Mr. Conte, okay. Would you like to defer or go?
I'd like to defer, please.
Very good. Mr. Conte, if you could state your name and address for the record. Yeah, over here. Is there any other opposition to this file that hasn't signed up? Yeah, we've seen the comments. You can just hand them out. We'll hand them out if you just give those to them. Yeah, we'll just pass them down. And if you could approach the podium and just state your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. My name is Austin Conti. I live at 4725 Rohar Road, across the street from the proposed development. As you can see, and you'll see as it gets your way, I've submitted a pretty detailed public comment. There's also about 5 to 7 public comments now I couldn't check this morning in opposition of this development, which cite issues that range from stormwater management that should be addressed by city engineering before development moves forward, as well as disruption to the natural slope of the property. I want to start just by going through this document point by point quickly. Staff recommendation leads by incorrectly identifying the district as RN2. This neighborhood, Cumberland Estates, was developed in the late 1950s as completely single-family homes. Most are single-story. Some are two-story, but all two-story homes in this neighborhood are not located in hillside protection or sloped lots. Additionally, as you can see by KGIS, the property at 4726 Rohar, directly next to 4722 Rohar, the structure there actually leans over onto 4722 Rohar, which could just be an error on KGIS, but that property was built in 2020. So throughout this, I call for additional surveys performed before development proceeds. And also, one of the biggest arguments that I have against this is that per the different policies in the general plan, there are different densities that are defined based on a lot's usable acreage, as well as densities that associate with different slopes on that usable acreage. Staff did a slope analysis which identified the maximum area of disturbance for this land, but it did not incorporate the maximum number of dwelling units that would be allowed per the slope. Staff also identified that Policy 8 supports encouraging growth in developed urban areas. However, the further sub-policies within the general plan set guidelines for how those developments should be pursued and when they should be restricted or minimized. Specifically, one of my biggest questions would be how a duplex in a family of single-family homes built in 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s would match the style, character, lot size, and appearance of all of these homes, which I would feel would be in direct contradiction to the neighborhood's character. Additionally, 4722 Rohar, if you look at page 2 of the handout that I gave you, image 1 shows a topographical map showing that this is a closed contour area. Stormwater fills into 4714 and the what everybody in the neighborhood refers to as a sinkhole. I think it would be hard to argue that this property does not lie adjacent to a sinkhole, which obviously the general plan directly states that sinkhole development should occur where water-related impacts such as sinkholes are minimal. I cite all the different sub-policies throughout that you can see on page 3 of the handout that I passed out. I think I'd like to reserve the rest of my time for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Conti. Mr. Bordai, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name's actually Andrew Myers, representing Mr. Bordai.
Pardon me.
Yeah, Andrew Myers, 7101 Sherwood Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37919. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Andrew Myers with PWA Properties, and I'm representing our client, Mr. Yuri Bordai, regarding the proposed duplex at 4722 Rohar Road. We are requesting approval of a special use for a duplex on this property, which is currently zoned RN1. This proposal represents a responsible residential use of the property. The duplex has been designed to meet applicable architectural design standards and to maintain a residential character consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. We believe the site and neighborhood are capable of accommodating the proposed use. Mr. Bordai is not only the property owner, but he is also a resident of the neighborhood. He actually resides at 4726, just adjacent. He has a personal interest in ensuring that any development on this property is completed responsibly and in a manner that preserves the value and character of the community where he lives. We recognize that the neighboring property owners have raised concerns regarding drainage, topography, existing trees, and overall neighborhood character. These are valid considerations and will be thoroughly evaluated through the city's engineering review and permitting process. The project will comply with all applicable City of Knoxville requirements related to grading, land disturbance, stormwater management, and site development. Additionally, Mr. Bordai has proactively commissioned a geotechnical investigation of the property to better understand subsurface conditions and confirm suitability for construction. We appreciate the work planning staff has put into reviewing this application and their recommendation for approval. Staff has evaluated the proposal against the applicable approval criteria and determined that it satisfies those standards. For these reasons, we respectfully request approval of the special use.
Thank you, Mr. Myers.
Thank you.
Ms. Bousquet, can you speak to, why you felt like it was appropriate that this is approved? I mean, what's the context of the neighborhood, that type of thing?
This is a low-density residential neighborhood, and typically duplexes are considered compatible as they are low-density residential uses. When you zoom out a little bit and look at the larger area, you do have a park nearby, and you're also not too far away from the elementary and middle schools. And so it seemed like an appropriate area to have a more gentle form of increased density here.
Very good. Thank you for that context. Is there any other? Commissioner Butler.
I think I've mentioned this before. I live in an older neighborhood with relatively good-sized lots, Holston Hills, and there are duplexes throughout our neighborhood which blend very well with the older homes in the neighborhood. So unless there's further discussion, I'm ready to put forth a motion to approve.
Yeah, if you could,
I'll
go
read
ahead
it.
and make
You
the
can read it. Okay. Approve the request for a two-family dwelling in the RN1 single-family residential neighborhood zoning district, subject to the four conditions.
right, so, okay, we have a motion to approve by the two-family dwelling by Commissioner Butler, seconded by Vice Chairman Levinson. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, Chair will, well, let's take a vote. All in favor, say aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it. Thank you. Yeah, we're going to take just a really short break real quick, just to stretch our legs. I know. We've been here a while, but this, yeah, maybe 5-7 minutes just to stretch the legs, and then we'll be back.
How long do you think you're gonna be?
All right, if we could make our way back to our seats, please. Okay. All right, we are moving on to agenda item number 44. The applicant is Ryan Robertson. The address is 315 Kerbela Avenue, location south side of Sevier Avenue, west side of Dawson Street. It's 5.7 acres. The zoning is Southwest 6, South Waterfront, Henley Gateway, Southwest 5, South Waterfront Bell Tower Walk. Proposed use is multifamily. As we all know, this is a level 3 review. Staff recommendation per Article 7.0.2.g, the Planning Commission should consider this request based on the approval criteria in subsection 8A and the attached zoning administrator's report. Is the applicant present?
I am Ben Mullins, here for the applicant.
Very good. Is there opposition? We have opposition. Very good. So let's see here. This is Ms. Travanella.
I'm actually going to
You're gonna
break
go
protocol and go first.
There you go.
this time.
That is your decision. Very good. Name and address for the record.
Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street. If I could ask, there's a lot to cover. I know it's a long day. I usually can get through these things in 5 minutes. I probably can't get through this in 5 minutes. I would ask for 12 minutes for statements and equal time for the opposition, if that would be agreeable to the commission.
I would normally not say that, but I think we need to get this either moved on or up or down?
Yeah, and you know, I normally don't ask for it, but I think these are unique circumstances, and it's something we don't normally have in front of us.
Very good.
All right, you appreciate the opportunity to address commission on this. The first time this was back before this body, I was sitting in the audience listening to it as a disinterested party. I've since been retained, and worked with the applicant a lot, and since April, the applicant has been working on the best way to really articulate how this complies with the intent of the South Waterfront Form-Based Code. They've had meetings with SWAG. They've had meetings with other community stakeholders. They've worked closely with the city's administration on what some of the public-private partnerships of this and some of the public areas that will be opened up through this may look like. And all of this trying to balance a lot of competing interests on a very prominent piece of property in the South Waterfront. We understand the interest in this and have tried to be respectful to that, and we believe that this incarnation of the plans strikes the right balance for what the public interests are and then also the private property rights. Now, I want to take a minute to just talk a little bit about some legalese. I'm not trying to rattle a saber or anything here, but I want to at least set the table on some overarching constitutional provisions because they are something that we have to consider when we're talking about public access versus private property rights. The Fifth Amendment of the Constitution prohibits the utilization of public property, of private property for public purposes without just compensation. The Supreme Court has taken that concept in the context of conditions for approvals of developments under an illegal exaction doctrine, and it's called Nolan-Dolan, and it's interesting because the Nolan-Dolan case involved the public trying to compel an easement across private property to access a beach, and that was held to be illegal and unconstitutional. And Dolan, that was a bike trail along a creek that was tied to the approval of a commercial development, and that was held to be illegal and unconstitutional. More recently, the Sixth Circuit, in the case of Knight versus Metro Nashville, struck down an ordinance which required the building of sidewalks along the frontage of property when the development itself didn't require those sidewalks. That was held to be under the Fifth Amendment illegal and unconstitutional. I say all that not to be negative or not to rattle the saber on it, because we are willing to work with the city and work with the public about allowing and coming up with a way for public access to it. But that is voluntary. That is something that cannot be compelled, and that's something that we can't, if a denial was based on not doing that or not doing it to the way that some perceive are accurate, I would submit that would raise serious constitutional implications. So I just want to set the table on that and get the negative out of the way first, because I want to now spend the rest of my 9 minutes focusing on the positive, because there's a lot of positive here for this. Even though it cannot be compelled, we went back and tried to find a way we can address some public access, not only along the frontage of Sevier Avenue, which we had initially agreed to, but through that north-south connection. And in looking at how can we develop what we envision for this property and what we need to do to make this work for us, but also strike the balance of the public rights or the public interest in accessing this property, we came up with this breezeway and colonnade concept. I know that there's a lot of people in the community that aren't happy with that, and I understand. I think there are some conditions that I believe Commissioner Gill referenced the last time that may help mitigate some of those concerns that we are open to consideration. But that does allow there to be some connection through the property. But I want to be clear, the ARC exemptions that we're asking for, there are 7 of them. None of them involve public access. None of them involve this pedestrian thoroughfare, because that isn't required by the South Waterfront Code. If it were required by the South Waterfront Code, that would be an 8th condition or a 9th condition that we'd be asking for. The 7 exemptions that we are really looking at, 6 of them deal exclusively with this lot as it exists on the ground today. It is the size, it is the block face, how it's bounded by the existing street system. It is the setbacks that we cannot meet, and nor could anyone meet if they were to try to develop this property because of the steep topographical conditions that are on the property. There's 40% slope as you approach Sevier Avenue. There's 20% slope as you approach Dawson Avenue. And so those setbacks are impossible to meet. You'd have to level the entire property altogether to make it flat in order to meet those setbacks. And I suspect that that's why this property is kind of sitting on a plateau now, because no one in the past had thought they could try to level this property because of the rock and the topographical issues. So now it's kind of sitting above everything else out there. So when you look at the context of South Waterfront Code, this property was always been kind of an island unto itself and always had to have been treated differently because it is different than everything else around it. So the first 6 exemptions all deal with we cannot do it because of the topography. Full stop. The 7th is the fenestration glazing requirements along Sevier Avenue, and 70% is what was required. We are at 63%. It only involves the glazing and fenestration on the frontage, which is on Sevier Avenue. That's the area that faces out towards the river and downtown. Some of these, it looks like, and looking at SWAG's written comments, they are in agreement with and don't oppose. They don't have an issue with increased maximum front setback from 0 to 69 feet on Sevier Avenue. They don't have an issue reducing the minimum building frontage at the setback from 75% to 0%. And they don't have an issue, I don't believe, with the glazing and fenestration. They do have issues with other setbacks, which is curious because, again, those things cannot be met. One of the things they asked for, they said, well, the setbacks allow for there to be pedestrian access. And that's true, but we're actually increasing those setbacks. So when we're talking about what we have proposed now that's changed, the biggest change, I think they went to the photograph of the corner of Dawson and Sevier, and I think that's perfect. Again, you get the gold star. That kind of demonstrates we are, in addition to the frontage there, we're willing to dedicate that portion of, and there's a rocky area it's existing now, and that kind of gives you an idea of what's further beneath the surface on this property. We're willing to dedicate that part to the city so it can be operated as a plaza type area. We can't really build on it anyway. So that is something that has changed throughout this process. One of the concerns they've had, even though they don't have a concern with the fenestration and the glazing along Sevier, they've complained about the facade of the parking garage there, and you can see, the first 3 levels of that is the underground parking. Of course, they don't want, the city doesn't want surface parking there, so a parking garage is necessary. But they didn't want this blank wall facing Dawson Street. So what we've done is create this, and you can see that there, these enclaves, which give the appearance of windows, even though they're not windows, that are then lit to kind of break up that facade and soften that a little bit. So that is, we've tried to do that to address some of the concerns. Now, exactly what that looks like, we still have to work with the city administration on that public-private exercise. Who does what, how that is worked out. We haven't even designed these plans. Everything here is conceptual. Once we know that we can move forward, we really will get serious about sharpening the pencils and putting that to paper and figuring out how can this be done. But we really want to make sure that we can address that as best we can and continue to work with the city administration on making this corner more lively and more engaging and active than it is now. There's been a lot of talk. A couple of things in their response I want to point out. They say that this has to be, level 3 review has to be proven by clear and convincing evidence. That's not true. Clear and convincing evidence does not appear anywhere in the form-based code. Clear and convincing evidence is a legal standard of burden of proof and burden of persuasion. That's not the case. This is, you're just looking at, have we met the intent of the code as much as we can, given the conditions of this of this property. We could have gone through the BZA variance process for much of this, and we chose not to do that because this gives us more of an opportunity to work with the public. And this gives an opportunity to kind of create something that is a little more sensitive to some of the concerns. Another important reason for that, though, is BZA, when a variance is granted, it runs with the land. So whoever gets those variances would have them on that property. This, an ARC review, is project specific. And so I think that gives the community a little more comfort that there can't be a bait and switch on what we intend to do that could happen in a BZA variance process. So I don't know if that's ever been discussed or articulated, but that's why we went through that process instead. I think the form-based code actually gives us both options for that. The intent of the vision plan, I wanted to touch on that. The vision plan's intent has been codified in the form-based code. So if the vision plan says we want to encourage ground floor commercial, that's why there is a glazing requirement on the ground floor to have windows there that would encourage that. If it's not in the form-based code, it does not have the force and the effect of law. So if they talk about the aspirations of the vision plans, they have to be captured in the actual codification of the statute. And I think that point gets lost in this conversation sometimes. One of the other things that they have said, and that shows up in their report that I wanted to address, they say the form-based code prohibits gated communities. That's true, it does. This isn't a gated community any more than any private piece of property is a gated community that has the right to exclude the public. You know, a gated community would be closing down public access for the benefit of a private party, kind of the opposite of what we're doing here.
You got 10 seconds.
So we think this meets the intent of the code. I have set forth specific justifications for the 7 areas. I'm happy to answer questions about that. I should have asked for 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Taravella, you will have 12 minutes. Or you and the, is there anyone else that signed up on the?
Yes, we have 2 gentlemen right here who have other comments that are not related to the SWAG comments.
Very good.
I'm
So we'll
very
have
thankful for the 12 minutes.
Yeah, again, a total of 12 minutes for all 3 of you. Thank
Perfect. Yes, thank you. I'm Suzanne Taravella, 2908 Sevier Avenue, 37920. I'm here again on behalf of the South Waterfront Advisory and Advocacy Group. We have a couple of handouts that are the same report that was just referenced, and because of the website issues, we're going to pass out hard copies so that you have those for reference. On July 20th, we met with CRE to discuss possible solutions for the 2 major points of disagreement, which are the requirements for unrestricted public access north-south across the site and for opportunities for public engagement along the Dawson Street edge. Before I get into those topics, I want to address an important issue that came up here at the Planning Commission meeting last time and at our meeting with CRE on the 20th. It has been stated both at Commission and by the city that through this process, SWAG has gotten, quote, several things that we wanted. I want to be very clear, we are not here to request changes to the design based on our preferences. We are advocating for this body and the city to follow the adopted code, which is the law. The intent of the vision plan is the creation of a mixed-use, human-scaled, gridded form that supports an engaging pedestrian experience and integrates into the connective tissue of the community. In order to benefit from a Level 3 alternative compliance review, a property must clearly and convincingly show that it meets the intent of the code. It is your job as planning commissioners to decide how well that intent has been realized. It should be abundantly clear that the current proposed design does not comply with the vision plan. The missing design requirements itemized in the ARC report are complementary and essential tools in fostering neighborly behavior. This is why they are required by the code and worthy of the effort to design and build them even on sites like this one. They are the essential instruments of the vision plan, and their omission has consequences. Effective, creative, alternative solutions must be included in a viable Level 3 design. Block size, lot size, maximum perimeter, and maximum footprint requirements help to ensure both residents and the public have access through and around the site for transportation, experiential variation, visual interest, and community engagement. The tunnel fails to meet the intent of the vision because it segregates the experience of the resident from the experience of the public. This creates an enclave that is not integrated into the connective tissue of the community. Yes, this is private property. However, the developer has the option of complying with the smaller lot size requirements, which would omit the need for alternative compliance. The north-south public way is only a proposed alternative compliance measure because the developer's preference is to keep the non-conforming lot size in place. Minimizing setbacks brings people closer to the street so that they may observe and engage with others in the public realm and facilitate eyes on the street. This is especially important along Dawson and Mimosa, where alternative compliance is most feasible. This proposal fails to offer alternative compliance related to setbacks. Ground floor transparency allows understanding of how the building is used and communicates a sense of place and neighborhood identity. A shared program that benefits the residents and the community should be considered if traditional retail is not currently viable. For example, a public-facing mail hub, rentable community room, pet salon, residential porches are just a few examples of what we discussed at our meeting with CRE on July 20th. Surface parking lots create low engagement zones which compromise neighborhood awareness and cohesion. While SWAG has chosen to focus on other issues for this project, it remains that CRE has not made an attempt to offer alternative compliance for this deficiency. Rather than blank walls, structured parking should be wrapped in public-facing program to facilitate public engagement and, again, eyes on the street. This doesn't have to be traditional commercial real estate to be effective. Again, it can be any creative mix of people-oriented use of this edge. No effort has been made to change the design of the blank parking garage walls to offer alternative compliance. Another point is that we discussed the traffic study last time, and there has been no conversation around that and no movement on that effort, to our knowledge. During our meeting with CRE, it was stated several times that they were open to changes as long as those changes made economic sense to them. Obviously, the pro forma of any project is a primary concern for the developer and their investors. But whether or not this is a viable economic endeavor is not the question before this body today. This site is not so tough, and the program for this project not so special that the intent of the code cannot be met. The requirements have been known and available all along, and one pro forma that cannot make the project work does not mean that a compliant proposal is infeasible. This particular developer is not willing to do what it takes to meet the intent of the code. They have demonstrated this several times, and our last meeting with them and their subsequent submission is further evidence. The gestures that CRE has proposed in order to provide alternative compliance, while welcome, have all included unresolved public-private partnerships with the city that are currently unfunded and do not have an implementation schedule. Alternative compliance cannot be achieved through unrealistic to-do lists for the taxpayers. If the project cannot meet the requirements and also be a profitable venture, it does not belong on this site. It's Planning Commission's job to pay attention to the details and vote based on facts. The facts remain that there are 7 lingering deficiencies outlined in the ARC report, all of which have viable alternative compliance strategies that have not been proposed. It's clear that the developer is unwilling to deviate from the current building footprint to accommodate the basic requirements of the form code and associated vision plan. So we ask that you vote in the best interest of the community and in alignment with the adopted code and deny this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tarvella. So I don't see anybody else. There's 2 more folks that wanted to speak in opposition. If you guys want to come up, I know we had some website issues, but if you could just come up and state your name and address for the record, we will accept it.
Hi, Matt Avalone, 312 Chamberlain Boulevard, 37920. I live within walking distance of this development. I'm a retired developer and builder from California, so you can probably guess I'm not opposed to development per se, but it seems that the code here is requiring public access to this property. And as I've looked at the iterations of the plans that have come out over the last 6 months or so, the thing that I keep thinking is they're exerting a lot of effort and creativity to keep the public off the property. First, long walks around the south side of the property, and now a tunnel. Really? A tunnel? Does a tunnel really provide the public with access to the property? I don't think so. So I urge you to deny this request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aberlone. Name and address.
My name is Michael Fuller. I live at 312 Chamberlain Boulevard, Knoxville 37920. And I'm going to just veer from my written comments. So was the lawyer suggesting that the form-based code is unconstitutional? I know you're talking about public access, but I think that's a very threatening way to develop a conversation and try to work out an agreement with community members, and I'm personally very offended at that. I would really like to suggest that the big issue here for all of you as commissioners is to follow the form-based code and vote no for this proposal. I've been to 4 meetings now and heard all of the proposals, and every time the developers seem to be just going around and around trying to create diversions instead of really addressing the issues. So really that's all I have to say, but I would say that threatening language is not a good way to develop the community.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. All right, there's 4 minutes left for the opposition if anybody else has any comments. All right. Again, if you could state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Stephen Ellett. I am the Executive Director at City Church 522 Sevier Ave. I ceded my time because I didn't think we would have such an opportunity to speak, so thank you for allowing this. I just want to say 3 things. One is in support of SWAG in terms of complying with the vision and the intent and the spirit of the plan. That is what we're here for. We don't oppose the development per se, we just oppose the design and the lack of, I was going to say openness to or willingness to work with the community. We've seen that go around. Last time I stood up here, in fact, I've been here 4 times, spoken 3. So you've heard me before. The big thing for us is the security and safety of our kids, of our people who attend our church. Traffic in that area, it's a one-way Sevier Ave portion. There are small neighbourhood roads, and I think last time Commissioner Gill was very direct with the developer to say, look, we need an independent traffic study to see the effects of what this would have on our neighbourhood, and I don't think that's been even discussed or mooted, and I think that the city would be remiss not to look at that for the concerns of the neighbours in the neighbourhood, so I certainly would encourage that to be part of what needs to be looked at here. I realise that the variances don't encompass that, but I think the development of this size and scale really should be something that should be considered. So if we can look at both that, and the last one is, as a direct neighbour, we see the blank wall on the side, and yes, you might put a facade up or windows, not windows, I'm not sure what those are, but certainly what we're looking for is some activation on Dawson Street, Dawson Ave. It's a very small, narrow road, and so we just need some way of having a neighbour that works with the community, and activating it would be one way to go. So thank you, and just to reinforce, please deny this application in its current design.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Ms. Toker doesn't want to make a statement. Okay. All right.
If I could address just a couple of things real quick. I know it's important, but I want to say that.
I know, Counselor, I think we've given you 12 minutes so far.
I know.
So let us come to commission, and
sure,
we'll come back to you.
If somebody would ask me to answer questions, that would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. We've gone back and forth a little bit. This is the 4th time, I think, it's been here. It's an unusual request. We don't normally see the level 3s come to us. We normally have our staff, who does a great job in detailing things out, saying this is our opinion, this is what our recommendation is. This one comes to us in a much different way, with a lot of latitude in it. So yeah, looking forward to hearing what what all the commissioners have to say. I do at some point, I've changed my thought on it. We're not going to have a vote on every single one like we had originally talked about, but I do want to at least read those into the record and be very clear and see if there's any specific comments on each one. I see a couple of lights on. I might just go ahead and do that, just to kind of make it on the record and then come to anybody. So just quickly here, the request from CR Endeavors is, one, to increase the block size from a maximum of 1,400 feet to 3,000 feet. Does anybody have any, comment or discussion on that? We don't have to spend a lot of time on each one, because the way I see a lot of this stuff, because it really does come down to, do we feel like it meets the intent of South Waterfront? I think that's really the bottom line. I mean, there's a lot of different things, and we all know it's a very challenging site. It's very steep. It's full of rock. There's going to be, whatever is ever built here is going to have issues. It's going to have construction issues. It's going to have other things with it. But with respect to,
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I have another point, and we did have 2 minutes before the clock reset. So,
well, we're with commission now, though. So
I understand that.
Right. So we'll call on you here in just a few
I do
minutes.
have
That's okay.
something else to say if you'll allow it.
We will call on you. Thank you. So the block face, the maximum lot size from 3 acres to 5.7 acres. They're combining the lots there. I don't know if there's any big issue with that. Increasing the maximum building footprint from 30,000 square feet to 39,000 feet in the South Waterfront 5 portion, not in the South Waterfront 6. Increase the maximum front setback from 0 to 69 feet from Sevier Avenue. Reduce the minimum building frontage at the setback from 75% to 0%. Number 6 would be increase the maximum side setback from 25 feet to 56 feet from Dawson Street, interior side lot line, and 32 feet from the interior lot line. Number 7 would be reduce the ground level transparent glass on the principal frontage from 70% to 63%. So those are what they're asking for. And if this body so chooses, if one of the commissioners chooses to make a motion to approve, I would imagine there would be conditions attached to that, because there's a lot of different thoughts on this process. But we're going to have to try to corral that and make it in a good manner, presented of record in a good manner, if that is the will of this body. So again, all of those, I think, pretty much get combined in the end is whatever 1 through 7, whatever they're asking for, do we feel like it meets the intent of the code? South Waterfront, does it meet the intent or not meet the intent? So I just wanted to state that, but I believe it was Commissioner Hill had his light on first, so we'll go to Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Chair Huber. And I want to come back. I'm going to be really brief on this one, because I heard a couple of comments, and I saw Councilor Mullins shaking his head, and I want to get that cleared up on the front end, if he would respond to some of those comments, and the idea about the counselor being threatening. If the law is threatening, then that's one thing, or the case decisions being threatening, that's one thing. I think he was merely referencing cases that could be applied or relative to a case like this. So
I was, and if I came across that way, I didn't mean to. I'm in front of this body all the time, and sometimes we have disagreements as to what the law says and what can be done. But ultimately, this body has to make a decision, and I'm helping try to facilitate that from my client's perspective. And I guess the point of that is, and again, I think Mr. Fuller's comments touched on, I think, the misperception about this. I'm not saying the form-based code is unconstitutional, because the form-based code doesn't specifically compel or require public access through private property. The strictures of the code are intended to help facilitate that from an overall perspective within the entire form-based code, but it does not mandate or compel public access over anybody's private property. And so that was the point of saying that the code doesn't require it, nor could the code require it. And also on the activation of Dawson Street, that was the new conceptual plans that we showed. That was targeting to kind of activate that, make it more lively, make it brighter and more engaging, which I think, and again, it speaks directly to, I can't remember the gentleman's name from City Church, but that area right there directly. And again, you look at that facade, the top portion of that, they are windows, they are apartments. You know, that is the same activation as everywhere around the building. It's just the part that's part of the parking garage, and I think that's a very common and very accepted building practice, is to have those enclaves or have those little, so they look like windows even though you're just looking into a parking garage itself. So those are the main points that I wanted to make in some of the comments, because I think, you know, there's a lot of interest, and sometimes things kind of get lost in the back and forth, and I just want to make sure that gets articulated. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hill, you had any other? Pass that? Very good. Ms. Tarvella, we'll go to you now. Just you can use up your last 2 minutes if you'd like, please. And then I'll go to Commissioner Barger.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And this graphic is helpful. I just wanted to mention that I don't understand why we keep calling this a tough site if it's okay to excavate for the tunnel. It's okay to ask for the city, when they get this portion of land on the corner of Dawson and Sevier, for the city to figure out how to remove that rock and create that plaza. But it's not okay for CRE, who's the steward of this site, as the potential buyer, to do that. There's also, it is common in suburban development to have a parking garage like that, but not in an urban area. It's not allowed downtown. I was on the design review board and chaired that board for several years. It's not allowed to have a blank wall in an urban zone, and it's not in the best interest of the community. It's not allowed in the South Waterfront either. That's why it's a provision of the code. So this is non-conforming, it's non-compliant, and there is not an alternative compliance path that, in our view, is suitable, and we hope that you agree. Also, in this rendering, they're not showing the entrance and exit on Dawson from the garage. So I don't know if that went away or if there's an alternative proposal, but it's not shown here. But cars are coming in and out of that garage based on the plans that we've seen.
Very good.
So I feel like it's misleading.
Thank you, Ms. Tarvella. Mr. Barger.
I'll try to be brief. This has obviously come in front of us for the last 4 months, and I've been stewing on it for the last 4 months. And I want to applaud SWAG. I want to applaud the developers. I want to applaud Councilor Mullins. This is a tough one. This is a topographical nightmare. That's why it's been an eyesore in South Knox since I was born, which was a long time ago. But the tunnel, I think, is what a lot of people are getting stuck on, and I just want to reiterate my standing on the cut-through, basically is what I'm going to call it. It is a public cut-through on a private piece of property that the developer does not have to do, and they are offering to bear that burden. So I don't want to get stuck on the tunnel. I just want to reiterate that it doesn't have to be done. It is a private piece of property, and that is like asking to let someone walk through your carport on a daily basis and risk injury and risk your insurance and risk getting sued when you don't have to do that. So why are we mandating that this developer has to do that? And they're coming to the table and they're saying, look, we're trying to help you all here. And so the fact that, you know, a lot of people are saying that they're not willing to work with us, it's all about financial gain. Well, they're a developer. It's a topographical nightmare. This is a very expensive project. And yes, we have to look at financial things. This is, you know, I personally really want to see this happen. I'm sick of looking at an empty parking lot at the end of Gay Street. But I think that we need to stop and think about, there's 7 things that they are asking for approval on, and I really, in my heart of hearts, don't think it's too much to ask for.
Thank you, Commissioner Barger. Commissioner Butler.
You're gonna have to bear with me because I have a little bit more to say than I usually do. So I've been stewing on it for 4 meetings too, and I want to thank the South Knoxville waterfront folks that have been here to talk, and all the community dialogue, all the well over 100 comments of our community that have been put online. It is a very challenging and difficult site, but I'm taking a little bit different tack. I want to focus today my comments on the architectural and urban design implications of these 7 deviations that are being asked. They have taken an approach to ask for these 7 deviations, and I think our responsibility is to ask ourselves whether these 7 deviations are being asked for so that it's easier to build for them, or is it an equivalence to the public good that our South Waterfront Code asks for and places as a requirement for this property. So, you know, I've said this before, and it's an exceptionally prominent site. It's one of the first things people experience as they go across the Gay Street Bridge into South Knoxville. And I think that prominence requires an architectural responsibility. And I'm not saying it needs to be an iconic or monumental building. I'm saying that it needs to demonstrate a strong response to place, the street, the pedestrian connections, and the role it plays as a gateway to South Knoxville. My concern is this project is really a private development that's being placed in a very public realm, in a place that's envisioned as a public and urban-friendly zone. This blank garage wall on Dawson, Mrs. Taravello has it right, that would not be allowed in downtown. And that is, there's no reason it needs to sit back that far or be blank. It's a dead facade. I think that's a big concern. The building's been pulled away and there's surface parking lot along Mimosa. That doesn't have to be that way. That they have, the rendering that they have presented today does not take any responsibility for the developer. That's the responsibility for the city of Knoxville to develop that corner that you see as a change. So I don't think that's really valid. I think these large setbacks compound this problem of urbanism rather than using the building to define the edge. And I know you can on severe. There are severe topographic issues on some areas. But I think there are areas where the South Waterfront Zone could be applied. I think the problem too is not that just one particular element, it's all 7 of these. And so it's just compounding. When you have a block size that goes from 1,400 feet to 3,000 feet, a lot size that goes from 3 acres to 5.7 acres, it becomes a super block. The building footprint that goes from 30,000 square feet to 39,000 square feet. It's the severe avenue setback and the tunnel that we've been talking about. It's the building frontage going from 75% required to, I think, 0 that they're really on the street. It's the side setback along Dawson, the 25 feet to the 56 feet on Dawson. It's the ground level transparency, and let's be clear about that transparency. It's going from 70% to 63%, which doesn't seem like much, but do you understand that the transparency that they're offering is only at the level that the private residents see? And that's not the intent of that transparency. It's for the public to perceive and be on the street. So I think it's the cumulative effect of all this stuff. When I see all these deviations together, I don't understand how we're getting the alternative compliance. That the alternative should mean that we're getting an equivalent to the same urban outcome that we were given with the original zoning. So I think for each of these 7 deviations, are we getting an equal product from the form-based code? And so I don't believe we should deny this project just because it's more difficult. but I think it's departed substantially from the intent of the form-based code. And I, as a designer myself, I think it could be achieved in a much more successful manner. So I will be, I cannot support this because it does not comply with the form-based code and vision plan on a holistic way, and I will not be supporting the level 3 alternative compliance.
Thank you, Commissioner Butler. Commissioner Gill.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have a few comments, and then I'm going to try to be more precise or concise than I was last time. There was a couple of things that came across here that I just want to bring up. The standards we're asked to waive today exists in the code's own words to ensure walkable neighborhoods. And the entire intent of this level 3 compliance is to, that we're conceding that this project could be built at the comparable scale by right if the subdivision, or if this was subdivided into its SW5 and SW6, and we required them to go through that whole process, right? And that's what those 7 criteria come down to, is whether or not we can achieve the same thing without having to go through all that process. Topographically, is the expense of having to subdivide a lot that wasn't envisioned to be 5.7 acres and to change those. This all comes down to the point that we could do a lot of what they want to do in their design by right, but they can't do it without going through a significant headache in order to get there. But under the criterion 6 out of the 11 that we're supposed to be bringing here, the burden's on the applicant to show that that alternative achieves the same intent. So, a district whose intent statement calls for perpendicular orientation, and we have parallel buildings here on that waterfront, are not the same thing. So I want to say that my holdup here is this condition 6 with the compliance with the intent of the applicable form base. Does it meet the spirit of the code? And I came here today, I had a bunch of conditions that I was going to propose, but I think for myself, I really applaud Councilor Mullins. I always appreciate him. He has a very unique way of framing these issues, and he's brought up some interesting points that I couldn't consider. And in combination with what Commissioner Barger brought up is, at this point, a lot of my holdup is having this north-south connector. If we had an SW5, that building was perpendicular, there would be a thoroughfare between the two buildings, at which point it would be possible for public access to be through there. I brought conditions last month that were trying to maintain that same feeling, that related to making sure that there was a public easement placed upon that, and that there were walkable hours. We kind of sparred on when those hours should be. I think they should be 24/7. They say dawn to dusk. You know what, at some point, it's really been clarifying for me in this moment to realize that if that's not constitutional, and we're asking to have a public taking, and it's completely unreasonable to ask for this public easement across that, I think that is compelling. And because of that, I don't think I can support this project as designed. If there is no way to ensure 24/7 public north to south access through this, because that would be considered unconstitutional, out of compliance with the law, and allowing a private owner to not have control over their property, I think that's a compelling argument. So for me, then, the intent needs to be met through the design and not through conditions that we cannot place upon the developer. And if that's the case, this design does not meet the intent of the code as I see. I think that it needed to be subdivided with the SW5 to turn those buildings to allow that thoroughfare. If that is the only way to achieve that, then the form-based code needs to follow the actual form, and I can no longer be supportive of the project. So I was going to bring some conditions. I don't think I'm going to do that at this point, so I will follow the whatever the commission decides to do.
Very good. Thank you for your comments, Commissioner Shuck.
Thank you. I'll try not to be additive. I appreciate everything that's been said already. I appreciate the efforts and the patience of everyone involved in this project. I'm stuck on the fact that we are asked to evaluate a request for alternative compliance, but what the request really seems to be is for a waiver. And it's not the same thing. I think as Commissioner Butler and Commissioner Gill said, we're not looking at trading in an apple for an orange. We're looking at trading in something else entirely. And the whole idea with the conditions, with the cut through, the tunnel, all those things was to allow the project to meet the pedestrian-oriented, walkable community intent of the code, which is in the code, not just in the vision plan. And I think your point about it potentially being a taking is very compelling, and it likewise gave me pause to think if the things that we're going to allow alternative compliance by making it more pedestrian friendly are things that could be litigated away, then, I also don't think that it's possible to make this a conforming project.
And kind of respond to that, 'cause you looked at me directly, so I felt like you were kind of asking me a question there, Commissioner Shuck. We have designed it with that in mind to meet the intent of the code, even though we can't be compelled to. I think, and we understand the concerns behind that. And that's why we have been willing to create a space, even though we cannot be compelled to do so. So I think, again, that this comes down to not whether we're creating that public access, whether we can be compelled or not. It comes down to the extent and scope of that access, which I think are two different questions. We again, like Commissioner Gill, we came here today. We do want to have some control over that access, and we think, hours commensurate to what city parks are would be appropriate for that. And I have some examples we can talk about. But we're not trying to say we're not doing the public access or we don't want to do the public access. That's why we went back and redesigned this to give that, even though, from a legal perspective, it can't be compelled. It is something that we can do voluntarily, which we are prepared to do.
Thank you, Commissioner Habibi.
To be a little bit more specific, a few people, different people mentioned the blank wall in the garage. Can I get a definition from staff on what is that? Because, I'm looking at it. Are you talking about the Dawson side? Is that blank? Or the front? Once they cover the windows, does that make it not blank? I'm trying to get clarification from anybody.
And I might need an assistance from city zoning staff. I'm more familiar with the other commercial codes in the city that do have blank wall standards. I don't think the South Waterfront has a specified standard like some of the other zones do, where they say you can't have a blank wall more than 30 feet long or something like that. I think it's pretty much relies on the transparency levels to not have a blank wall.
So I see Director Aaron's approaching the stand. I bet he can answer that for you, Commissioner Habibi.
That would be great.
Sure. A blank wall is typically one that doesn't have windows or openings or doorways. And so they have openings. It's not glazing per se. We looked at this. You see those, the slats there. I'm going to just read out of the code because everybody loves hearing code. Monotonous and unadorned parking structure elevations are prohibited. No blank walls or exposed parking levels should face directly onto primary streets. Attempts should be made to reduce the overall visual mass of the parking garage through the architectural expression of stair towers, canopies, screening devices. Parking garages shall be screened from view with the incorporation of lightweight design elements that add visual interest to the elevations, such as trellis panels and filler to filter the view to parked cars. It goes on. So it's not a traditional glazing experience. There's openings, so I would not consider that to be a blank wall. I see the trellis as their attempt to meet what the code requires for structured parking.
Okay, and then
What are the slats?
And then are those covering all the windows, if I can ask the applicant, or are that just covering the one side? Those slats?
It's on both sides. So that's the areas that are for the structured parking. We don't have windows there, but we have those slats, those trellises, and have the lighting there for.
But not on the Dawson Street?
On Dawson Street and Sevier, on
Okay.
both.
So just the way I solve problems, I kind of look at the smaller things instead of looking kind of too big. There's just too big of a problem to keep looking at. So can we agree that there's not an issue with the blank wall at this point? With the garage,
I didn't
at
think
least?
that was an issue, but Ms. Taravella.
But I'm happy, yeah.
Disagree.
I firmly disagree. The intent of the code is that there's engagement along those edges. And the blank wall, whether it's covered in a trellis or a slat, is not engagement. A trellis is a structure for a plant to climb up or grow up, and that is not represented here. there's slats filling in holes where you can look through the slats and see the cars. That's, in our opinion, still a blank wall.
Very good. Commissioner Browning.
Yes, these are two parties that love Knoxville. Gosh, you've got to really respect South Knoxville's spirit and their efforts for doing everything they're doing to want an area to be really special. You got to also respect the developer for just not quitting and having, a real desire to put a great project, in Knoxville. This whole thing comes down to public access for a private development. Right now, public access is common for private commercial developments. If it's retail, if it's restaurants, things like that. Public access to a private multifamily development is not only extremely rare, but frankly, it's bizarre. I think it's very strange that someone would want to walk through a private multifamily development where people live. And I think it would be very strange for someone living here to feel safe and secure with the public just freely walking back and forth. It's very difficult for me to understand. But on top of that, they have, we say, well, the site might not be that difficult. Look at this. They're putting a tunnel through it. Well, listen, they're not saying it's going to be easy. It's going to be extremely difficult to put that tunnel through there. I've lived in Knoxville for 50 years. I've raised a family. I've run a business. I've paid taxes. I've owned property in Island Home. All right? I don't like this form-based code. I don't like it. I don't like the vision plan. I don't like anything about it. And if I had anything to do with this, I would have fought this tooth and nail. Now, you've got a great community over there, but you've got a private developer here that's getting ready to put something and invest an extremely large, make a large investment, take a lot of risk, and I think put a top quality 55+ development over there. So, having said that, I would like to make a motion. I would like to make a motion to approve the Level 3 Alternative Compliance Review in the Southwest 6 and Southwest 5 South Waterfront District to a proposed multifamily development and allow them to have all 7 of their amendment considerations.
Can I make one more comment, please?
We've got it at commission right now, Ms. Tarbella. So, all right. So we have a motion to approve the Level 3 Alternative Compliance Review with respect to all 7 of the alternative compliances that they have requested by Commissioner Browning and seconded by Commissioner Barger. We still have a few lights on, so I'd like to call on Commissioner Hill next.
Thank you, Chair Huber. I'd just like to reemphasize what I said last meeting, and you can't overstate the fact that topography has really helped design this project, and it can't meet the full intent of the Southwest waterfront, the South waterfront, because of topography, and we tend to glaze over that, but that's the whole issue here is topography. It's far removed from really the connectivity of the South waterfront, and I think we're just trying to force this engagement that's not going to, there's a viewing tower up there now that's available to the public. I don't see people clamoring to stand up there and look over to the waterfront.
There are people there all the time that do that.
I don't think you're going to.
Commission.
And, I'd say about the blank, I think there's a little bit of misinformation about these structures. I don't want to get down to nitty gritty because I think we're getting ready to vote. But being on the DRB, we have approved blank wall structured parking. The dual brand Marriott is a prime example. of that. And they use topography as being the reason, the primary reason for that. So that's a factual case there, not one just dreamed up. So I'm just saying, Councilor Mullins, I think, described it best. It is an island unto itself. And for those reasons of topography, I mean, I'll be supporting this. It's a tough site. I think there'll be magicians if they pull it off.
Very good. Commissioner Shuck.
Thank you. You know, respectfully, I don't think this is all about public access to private property. We have all fixated on this idea of the pass through and the tunnel because that was one of the key pieces of alternative compliance to the intention of the South Waterfront Plan being built on a human scale, being pedestrian friendly, being designed to create, you know, pedestrian spaces. So we said, okay, an alternative way to comply for this massive structure is to create some pedestrian access. You know, if that's not feasible or desired, then we still come back to, we have a massive scaled building on the site. And regardless of the topography of the site, just the mass of this really significantly exceeds what is allowed in the plan. And so then we come back to, if we're not gonna have, what is the alternative compliance to that, to meet the intent of this being built on a human scale, being engaging with the community, and that's where I'm stuck on it.
Thank you. Commissioner Habibi.
Just wanted to ask, when we vote on this, things like the breezeway, you know, observation deck, the plaza, the private plaza, you know, that you may or may not donate to the city, I mean, are we voting on that? Is that part of what we vote on, or is that just kind of, you know, just maybe comes in or may not come in?
We are voting on the 7 alternative compliance reviews.
Just, okay.
Right. So now, anything else, and they would have to work that out with the city. And I think they're continuing to work with the city. So that's probably not part of our purview today, specifically. Okay, Commissioner Butler.
Yes, I just wanted to say, with all due respect, I don't think it's this body's task to say, should we the South Waterfront vision was a robust public input process that we all know that happened 20 years ago. But it set a vision for this, and so it's not us to question that vision. It's for us to question whether this project meets that vision through alternative compliance. And so I think it was their choice to put these lots together and make this super block, if you will. And that's why we have this question. And so I think these are all a matter of choices. And I think it's our job to make sure that this project and the alternative compliance elements before us meet that vision of the zoning that it is currently zoned. So,
thank you, Commissioner Butler. Yeah, this whole thing it's got me torn. It's because I can't see it from so many different angles. I can see it from the South Knoxville waterfront. Because 20 years is a long time, and we wouldn't be having this discussion about the Kerbela site if the South Knoxville waterfront code was not implemented 20 years ago, because I think it's done well. It's provided well. Now it's created property values. Now it's increased a lot of things like that, and it's a wonderful place to go. I go down there occasionally. So I see that, and on the other hand, I see a developer who has made some efforts. Some are going to say maybe not enough. Some are saying, yeah, well, we tried everything we could. We could only do this. That's a challenge. I see our city staff working their tails off, trying to figure out, does this work within the framework? So I do appreciate everybody's hard work on it. But I'll go to Commissioner Midas now.
I'll be fast. I do appreciate this form-based code. I appreciate all the time and attention and detail that went into creating it. I value community input. I do see where South Knoxville is going, and I like it. I like the fact that pedestrians are able to get to the waterfront. They're able to walk past Gay Street. We're going to have a pedestrian bridge on Blunt. And I see this as impendent, not preventing people from accessing this waterfront. I don't see much change in this product, this development, since it actually came before us in April. I'm glad we're voting on this. And I'm glad that it's going to go before City Council. And I hope that we have continue the discussion, and if it does pass today, that a lot of people come out and voice their opinion. The City Council will be listening to the community on this. It's not going to be someone from out of town that is going to come before us and want to make something feasible, financially feasible for them to build on this property. There's a lot. The community input is important in this. I know Commissioner Browning said he didn't like the form-based code, and I agree with Commissioner Butler. This is our responsibility here on Planning Commission, is to enforce this form-based code regardless of whether we like it or we don't like it. I look what happened on Cumberland, and there's plenty of opinions on what happened on Cumberland, but it did create a more pedestrian viable community. There's a lot more students that live down there. We have less cars on the road, and so I will not be supporting this. I mean, it surprised you, but I believe that what they could have done, first and foremost, is they could reorient these buildings, create the option for people to walk through it. But they've been so insistent in giving that view, that block face, that view to the water, which is just a shame. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Midas. Just as a quick point of, before I go to Commissioner Perez, clarification. Technically, this doesn't move directly to City Council. Now, I think you were probably referring to the opportunity for the opposition to appeal. There is an opportunity to appeal. This is just, the level 3 stays with us, the approval or denial, or we can send it back to the
Well,
ARC.
if they do go before council looking for TIF for this project, we will be able to give some input at that point.
There you go. And I think that is a very valid point. But also the point, the level 3 review stays with us, approval or denial, or it goes back. Now, there is the opportunity within 15 days, if this were to be voted up, within 15 days, the opposition could appeal it. It would go to City Council at that point. It would be the same way, I guess, if it was, if it were voted down, the applicant could appeal it to City Council at that point as well. So, that being said, Commissioner Perez.
Yes, I was just curious what Ms. Tarbella wanted to say.
Thank you for the opportunity. I think it's all been said. Commissioner Minas and Shook pretty much covered it. I'm really speaking on my own behalf right now because I haven't had the opportunity to discuss with the rest of SWAG, but it really isn't the opinion of each commissioner that is valid right now. It is what is the adopted code and what is the right thing for the community, and whether or not you want to live here or like the code as it is irrelevant to this conversation, and I don't think it's appropriate to speak that way for this discussion. Thanks.
Well, I would take that a little differently, because I think that's exactly what we're here to do. I mean, there are differing opinions about, does it meet the intent or does it not meet the intent? We've had a lot of discussion about they're asking for these 7 variances, and and I'm not addressing you, I'm more talking. Is this a situation that each individual commissioner feels like, okay, this meets the intent of the South Knoxville waterfront, or it does not? It's a trade-off. We're going to give you these 7 things. What are you giving us? Is that trade-off a community benefit? That's for each individual commissioner to decide. That's
Right,
the bottom line.
but if each individual commissioner does or does not like the requirements of the code is irrelevant.
That's true. But it's
And
our,
whether or not he or she feels safe in this neighborhood versus their own neighborhood is irrelevant.
Very good. Okay, we're going to move on to Commissioner Habibi.
So going back to what you just said, what do we get back? So can we put a condition on some of the things that we have been discussing for a few months, like the tunnel, the plaza, and stuff like that, to add that?
I think that could have been a possibility, but right now we have a motion and a second on the floor to approve it as it is. Now, if that fails, there could be another motion brought up to add conditions, but we need to vote this one up or down first. All right. Seeing no other lights. Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Browning and seconded by Commissioner Barger to, again, approve the Level 3 compliance review, including all 7 of their alternative compliance requests. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. We will need a roll call, Mr. DeArmond.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Browning.
Aye.
Commissioner Levinson. Commissioner Habibi. No. Commissioner Barger. Yes. Commissioner Harris. Commissioner Perez.
No.
Commissioner Butler.
No.
Commissioner Daly. Yes. Commissioner Gill.
No.
Commissioner Midas. No. Commissioner Shuck.
No.
Commissioner Huber.
Yes.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 no.
The motion fails. So
Can I make a new motion?
you can make a new motion if you'd like.
And I don't know how to do this my first time, so you tell me
Yeah,
what,
we'll walk you
what
right
to do.
through it. Don't worry about it.
All right, so I make a motion to approve the 7 condition with add-on on the tunnel, the plaza, the, what do you call the private area in the bottom that they are gonna develop?
On the corner,
Yeah,
the street activation on the corner of Dawson and,
yeah, the breezeway observation deck, the plaza, whatever, on the corner of Dawson.
yeah, it's
And,
Dawson and Sevier, the corner of Dawson and Sevier.
Dawson and Sevier, yes, and the tunnel. Sorry.
Do you mean as your condition to say that they have to do those things?
Yes.
Because that's what we just voted on. That they did offer those as the way to comply.
Well,
with
I
those
asked,
that-
and it said that's not what we're voting on.
So the additional concessions would be to say you want to, for instance, compel them to do a traffic study or to do something like their alternative response that they've submitted as part of their plan was those things that they showed. They're on the record as that was part of what we just voted on. So I don't mean to step on your toes, but we did vote on those items. So they are already under the last motion. They offered the tunnel. They offered the public square, they offered the Dawson thing. That was part of the plan that they submitted as them saying, these are the things we are offering in alternative to that. So the motion we just took was with those things.
So when I asked this
You
chair,
did,
I was
you
told.
did, you did, and I may have misunderstood exactly what you were asking me.
Okay.
So repose that question that you had originally.
Well, I guess if we vote on this again, are those things included in our vote? Are those things on record that they are going to do?
Yes, the package that they have presented,
Okay.
that includes the tunnel, the street activation,
Yes.
those types of things. Yes, I would think that those are, what they have come back and forth, yes, they would be included, as Commissioner Gill had mentioned. I was under the impression you were talking about a different portion.
Adding conditions.
Sure, okay. No, that's why I was asking if those were part of the conditions or we have to add those.
Okay, no, we would not have to add those.
Okay.
My apologies for that.
You're totally fine. So can we,
You want to make a motion
Motion,
to approve?
approve.
As it is?
yep.
Okay, so we have a motion by,
We just,
can we not just bring? up
Chair
another
Huber,
vote?
may I?
You may, Commissioner
Okay.
Hill.
I think procedurally, Mr. Habib could maybe add some benign
Some change.
condition, like put an American flag or put a flag pole up. Not that one? Oh, you don't want an American flag? Which flag you want?
you go.
So I want to call on Mr. Mullins real quick.
No. So I would say,
Tim, or can I call on? Sorry, let me go to council first.
If I can make a suggestion, there were 5 conditions that were articulated last time that were part of planning commission or planning staff's comments back to us that we responded to about having a registered deed to establish a record public access easement covering the north-south connection. Public access shall remain open during certain hours such as dusk to dawn. permanent wayfinding signage be installed, identifying the area open to the public, and these are all in staff's comments, that the breezeway be illuminated according with applicable city standards and the traffic impact analysis. Those things we came today fully expecting and willing to accept as conditions. I'm just reading off how cities, planning staff had articulated them, but I believe those were the ones they'd identified. Mike, and you can correct that
Respectfully,
or direct the attention to where they are in the record.
right, and those were part of the public record, and they were already included in what we were just voting on. Is that not accurate?
Those conditions weren't. Those we discussed them. I mean, our plan shows our plan is what it is, but I believe the traffic impact analysis wasn't already imposed on this. I didn't think those conditions had been imposed yet.
Fair enough.
But we're willing to accept them if they were to be imposed.
Yeah, I would just clarify that in the memo, staff, we just said that consideration of time for the north-south breezeway to be open to the public, and mentioned the two things that were meant, that the commission mentioned, which were dusk to dawn as an option, 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. as an option. So it wasn't just dusk to dawn. That was their own suggestion, and their response document was dusk to dawn.
Right, so we're getting a little in the weeds now.
I'll make a motion and add dusk to dawn.
All right, so Commissioner Habibi made a motion. There was not a second, so we're just going to go with that first.
Or I'll afford him
Well,
if he wants to.
Yeah, but we're going to add a condition about that. Now, discussion about dusk till dawn, do we want to have that discussion, or?
There's a lack of clarity on what is being asked of the commission to vote at this point. The Commissioner Habibi stated a motion. There's not been a second to it, according to my notes. There was a lack of clarity about how that motion differed from what had already been voted on. I think we have an answer to that now, that essentially he had articulated what had already been the subject of the first vote, which was denied. And so now it appears that the effort is to state a different motion that is not a duplicate or a replication of the first. So procedurally, I would prefer that we have a withdrawal of that initial motion at this point. Let's just, if you're willing to do that at this point, or we can say that it fails for a second, and then let's start. However you all want to do that is fine, and the chair has some discretion on that, but we're getting a really unclear record that is making your council uncomfortable.
So just to be clear, yeah.
I withdraw my motion.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now give me a second.
He didn't mean to. He didn't mean to because he had asked a question and was confused. So now,
Okay. Commissioner Hill, you were in the process of making a motion.
Yes, sir.
With a.
I'd like to make the previous motion that was made and add one condition to it, which would be that the public access would be open from dawn to dusk, not dusk to dawn, dawn to dusk.
Dawn to dusk. All right, so you are just making a motion to approve the level 3 with one condition of added to that from dawn until dusk as access. Is there a second? Okay, we have a first by Commissioner Hill. We got a second by Commissioner Daly to approve the level 3 along with the 7 alternative compliances with one condition, which would be public access be open at a minimum from dawn until dusk.
I think it's good that you help clarify with me on at a minimum.
Right. Because you could do it longer at a minimum of dawn until dusk. All right. I'm going to go ahead and just say all in favor, say aye. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Perez.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You were good. Okay, no. Okay, we'll do that one more time. All in favor, say aye. Those opposed? No. Please call the roll, Mr. Diarman.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Browning.
Aye.
Commissioner Levinson. Commissioner Habibi.
Aye.
Commissioner Barger. Commissioner Harris. Commissioner Perez.
No.
Commissioner Butler.
No.
Commissioner Daly. Commissioner Gill.
No.
Commissioner Midas. Commissioner Shuck.
No.
Commissioner Huber.
Yes.
That's tied 6-6.
Oh, is it? 7-6. Should be 7.
I'm sorry. There are 13 total. That's 7-6.
Right, so the motion passes 7-6. Well, this has been an interesting one. Apologize for the confusion, but right now, we have approved the level 3. You are welcome to appeal to City Council if you'd like. Thank you. All right, after everybody takes a breath here, we're going to move on to agenda item number 49. Let's see, this is an appeal of an administrative determination for a middle housing application. Let's see, the summary of recommendation. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission evaluate the proposed application based on the middle housing standards, Article 4.6, for the property located at 1415 West 5th Avenue. The Planning Commission should discuss whether the structure is a middle housing type per Article 4.6A with a building footprint and overall scale comparable to single-family homes and compatible with existing housing in the surrounding area, and whether the proposal will be injurious to the surrounding neighborhood. Each application is reviewed on its own merits separately. Land use decisions are considered on a case-by-case basis, and they are not fully bound by precedent. Boards are free to make different decisions even on similar projects, as no pieces of land are exactly the same. If the Planning Commission makes a different decision on a similar application, the Planning Commission should provide reasoning as to why their decision is different. Is the applicant present?
I'm here.
Can you state your name and address for the record?
R. Bentley Marlowe, 322 Douglas, 37921.
Very good. Okay. Is there any opposition to this appeal? Not seeing any. Okay. You have the floor for 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to let Mr. Bartholomew go first. Thank you.
Parker Bartholomew, 5406 Summit Ridge Lane, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37921. We'll try to be a little bit clearer than the last one maybe, but I don't know if we can succeed or not. Being handed out to you is the package for this one. On page 1 is the definition of triplex that these plans are required to meet. This meets the definition of triplex because y'all determined that it does a year ago in August and then in March and in April of this year. Definitions need to apply to each property equally. A building should be a triplex, whether it's located at 1411 Moses, 1403 Moses, 921, 925 James, or 5th Avenue, 1409, or 1415. Definitions should not change on a case-by-case basis. Page 1 and 2 shows the footprints, elevation, and the vote of approval from Moses. One of these approved lots, just to note, on Moses is also 25 feet wide, which matches what these two lots are. These two lots are 2 blocks away. The ones on Moses are 2 blocks away from 5th Avenue, the lots on 5th Avenue. Page 3 and 4 shows the 2 lots on James, which were also approved on appeal. This is the same building design and the previously approved triplex. The 2 lots on James are 200 feet away from these parcels on 5th. The configuration is the same. Moving to page 5 and 6, these are the lots in question and the dimensional standards and the design standards that need to be met. These are the previous rules for missing middle, which have now been changed, but vested property rights in state law says that we use the ordinance that's on the books when the plans are submitted. That's also why we're here and not at DRB. This building meets all of those requirements. This building footprint is just over 900 square feet. During agenda review, planning staff wanted to point out that when looking at the two buildings next to each other, they might appear as a three-story building. But under base zoning, you have a 35-foot height that would be allowed for a single-family house. Each of these buildings is 18 feet tall, about half of what is allowed as a single-family house. And even when evaluating these two together as one, the height is 30 feet, which is 5 feet less than the limit that would be allowed. Looking at what was already approved on page 2 and 3, the same argument could be made because of on the previous units, the same argument could be made that they appear to be three-story, but it's also because of the topography, and it only appears three-story because it's on a hill. These units also, because they are on a hill, is the only reason that they appear three-story, and you look at them together. I think when we are taking staff's comments, we're supposed to evaluate these things as individual lots, and no lot is exactly alike. So if we're going to start looking at them together, then we need to also evaluate these lots next to each other in similarities and not take the stance that they're unique. So if we're going to look at them together, okay, but then we're also going to have to consider that these lots being 200 feet away and 2 blocks away from previously approved plans that are the exact same as not being unique. That's all I got.
You got a minute and 26 seconds.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think we can all be relieved that this is most likely the last possible mental housing appeal you're ever going to hear. This one and the one after it. This is just like the previous ones. The ambiguity in the law or the ordinance concerning the definition of a triplex is at issue. And as the Tennessee Supreme Court has ruled, the ambiguity in a zoning code must favor the property owner because zoning codes are a degradation of property rights. So I think this is pretty open and shut. I'd also like to point out, since in the agenda review that Samuel was discussing these, is they appear to be 3 stories. Well, if that's the way they want to review it, why did I have to pay the fee twice? So we're dealing with 1 2-story building, and very next to it is 1 2-story building. So that's why there's 2 appeals adopted today, 2 fees paid. So it's just a 2-story building. It fits the dimensional standards. It has the overhangs, the recesses, the design standards. It fits every requirement under middle housing. And we've seen this same design 4 times previously. Here it is. They are designed to work together. They're drawn together. And I believe it's a pretty cool development. I look forward to building it.
Thank you, Mr. Marlowe. All right. Commissioner Gill.
Okay, so at agenda review, I asked this question. I want to make sure that we're just on the record and clear here. So as been stated multiple times, the staff report says that each application is reviewed on its own merits separately, and land use decisions are considered case by case and are not bound by precedent. We're free to make a different decision, even on similar projects, as no 2 pieces of land are exactly the same. Is that true, council? Okay, so I think that we're talking about a lot of precedent, and we've come back and forth on here, and originally when these were coming up here everybody remembers this history, it was based on whether or not this was a triplex. There's a lot of things that have been discussed on that, but I think an important piece that is that if we're looking at these things in context in the neighborhood, we're still supposed to be looking at that design within context of a neighborhood. We didn't envision this type of housing within the code, that these were made under the application, and Mr. Marlowe is correct in that we should evaluate that based on the old standard. So I don't have issue necessarily with the fact that it is a slot home. I think that we've closed that design ambiguity in the code, but here we are still litigating old ones and talking about design. That being said, I do think it's important to recognize that Article 4.6.8 and 4.6.g of the middle housing type is that the building footprint and overall scale comparable to a single-family house and compatible with the existing housing that's in that neighborhood. I do recognize that we're in a situation where we're evaluating 2 different proposals that are coming into us, and they're presented to us as a single unit here on this valuation. So I appreciate that we're supposed to look at these as, oh, this is one house and here's another house, but in reality, they're built right next to each other, and this is the housing form that will exist should we approve. And I'm looking at something that looks like a 3-story house from the road and doesn't look like what I see of the other houses there. I appreciate and understand Mr. Marlowe's point that we've approved these in the past, but every time that he's come up, I continuously ask, why are we still litigating this ring thing over and over again? We, as a body, unanimously wanted to move past this kind of design. We keep pushing these along without having a broader conversation. Does this meet the character of the neighborhood? We've looked past that because we're putting housing in place, and that I appreciate. But I got to be honest with you, this particular housing form is not one of the U-shaped ones or some of the other ones that we have seen where these 2 lots have made a housing form that in totality looks like something that's compatible. I personally just don't feel in this particular instance that the overall scale of this meets that standard under scale compatibility of the middle housing type. I think staff got this right, and for that, I would like to affirm the staff's position and make a motion to affirm staff's position to deny this application. So I move that the commission affirm the planning staff determination on file, finding on the evidence presented in the proposed structure does not meet the middle housing standards of Article 6, specifically the type and scale compatibility standards of Article 4.6.a, the townhouse orientation standard of 4.6.e.5.c, and the intent of the neighborhood compatibility standards of Article 4.6g. I do believe that it is injurious to the surrounding neighborhood, including and because, together with the adjacent identical structure, it presents from the street as a 3-story building and is not comparable in scale to the surrounding housing. And I will leave it at that.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor to uphold staff's recommendation to deny the appeal by Commissioner Gill, seconded by Commissioner Butler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, so that one does not pass. So we move on to the next one. Okay, we have item number 50. We have another appeal of a staff recommendation or staff denial. So summary of the recommendation. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission evaluate the proposed application based on the middle housing standards, Article 4.6 for the property located at 1409 West 5th Avenue. The Planning Commission should discuss whether the structure is middle housing type per Article 4.6.a with a building footprint and overall scale comparable to single-family homes and compatible with the existing housing in the surrounding area, and whether the proposal will be injurious to the surrounding neighborhood. Each application is reviewed on its own merits separately. Land use decisions are considered on a case-by-case basis, and they are not fully bound by precedent. Boards are free to make different decisions even on similar projects, as no 2 pieces of land are exactly the same. If the Planning Commission makes a different decision on a similar application, the Planning Commission should provide reasoning as to why the decision differs. Is the applicant present?
R. Bentley Marlowe, 322 Douglas, 37921.
Thank you. Is there any opposition to this request? Seeing none, I will throw it to Commissioner. I see Commissioner Habibi has his light on.
So I didn't have a chance to speak on the last one.
Sorry, I'm off my game today. I need to let Mr. Marlowe speak first. We'll come right to you.
So I'd like to make a clarification. The bottom of that picture is the street. So it does not appear like a 3-story building from the street. The street view is the lower left, right there. So like I said, it's clearly a 2-story building and a 2-story building. And I don't know which one this appeal is, but it's either the left or the right, but that's the street view in the bottom left. The potential 3-story view is a right elevation from the downhill side, and there is a KCDC unit that is right there. You won't see much, if any, of that. Just to clarify the record. Again, this meets every requirement of middle housing. It's due to an ambiguity. Ambiguities have to be decided in the favor of the landowner. The Tennessee Supreme Court has said this explicitly and consistently. As to the comment from Commissioner Gill on the last one, I can build that as a single-family home right now. It is a non-conforming lot of record. That is a de facto hardship. I'm not even sure if I need, probably do need the impervious coverage and building coverage exemption. But other than that, I can build the same square footage. I can build even taller. But then we're at a single unit, which is contra to the intent of middle housing, which is to increase density. So I can build essentially the same size building, but only for one family, which means that that building will probably end up being $600,000. Or I can cut it up into 3 one-bedroom, each unit's roughly 600 square feet, and now we're talking about $199,000 units. If that's not the intent of middle housing, then what the hell are we talking about, people?
Parker Bartholomew, 5406 Summit Ridge, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37921. 200 square feet is what it is, your base footprint that he could build there without, 200 square feet less. He can build a 700 square foot footprint building. That's a 900 square foot footprint building. So he takes off the back, whatever, and that exact building can be built there. That's, as Mr. Marlowe said, he can then double the height of it under base zoning with no variances needed. But because it's a non-conforming lot, he has a right to build exactly that, but just you'll have 2 families living there rather than 6. That's all I got. Thank you.
It would only be single family because of the new law change. So I couldn't even build a duplex there now. But I could build, without doing a building coverage variance, I could build 700 square feet instead of 900 square feet, but I could go 15 feet taller to a maximum of 35 feet.
Very good. Mr. Habibi.
Thank you. So middle housing has really good intent, but it's actually rough to build in. We need housing, and I believe this is exactly what we need. If they just submitted the one on the left, I don't know which one is which, the one on the higher elevation, and just submitted that, we won't be talking about 3 stories. And then the next month they can come in and submit on the next one. This is exactly the intent of middle housing. I was one of the first applicants to deal with middle housing when it first came out. I asked questions, I sat with staff. It requires a lot. So I'm actually in favor of this project, and I think you guys should reconsider.
Very good. Mr. Butler.
I think the intent of the city's missing middle housing is to facilitate house-scale, neighborhood-compatible housing. And we need to look at scale, massing, site design, and the relationship to the surrounding neighborhood and homes in that neighborhood. I do not feel like the organization and the articulation, the scale, the site design, and has a positive relationship to the other houses around it. And so I think it does miss the intent of the city's missing middle housing. And I think it overwhelms the existing neighborhood context and is injurious to the other homes. So I will make a motion that this proposal be denied.
We have to state our rationale.
Specifically, the type scale and per 4.6, the type scale incompatibility standards of Article 4.6.A.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to uphold the staff's recommendation of denial of this missing middle. And we have by Commissioner Butler, a second by Commissioner Gill. You have a comment, Commissioner Gill?
I do. I want to point out that a couple of comments. Commissioner Habibi, I do want to be on the record that I am in huge support of middle housing. There's a reason why my light comes on the first on all of these. There has been considerable, many words, many sleepless nights that we've had here discussing these. I think some important context for the public to remind you is that we've been dealing with particularly some certain lots in certain neighborhoods that are that have this particular housing form that wasn't contemplated in the original code, that we have since stipulated the exact type of housing form that goes in missing middle. I don't want to make the suggestion that we shouldn't be building missing middle. It's more that we have since clarified, since this application was put in many months ago, that this particular style of house is no longer considered compatible within the code. We cannot evaluate this particular project under that standard because that has passed and went through council. We have to evaluate it on the own standard. That doesn't remove Article 4.6 from that and making sure that it is still compatible. So there has been a long-running conversation that's happened with this particular design that keeps getting recycled. So a lot of this is coming from that. I just wanted to provide you that history. We, at least myself, is broadly supportive of missing middle. It's just we have some standards now that help clarify to make sure that missing middle, where it is being built, is better suited to meet 4.6. We have allowed some of these in the past to be passed because despite the fact that they don't meet the new standards, they still met 4.6 within the context of where we were building it. I don't feel like that is the case for this particular project.
This is less than 200 feet away.
Right, and we've got a motion on the floor. Thank you, sir. So we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Butler and seconded by Commissioner Gill to uphold the denial of the appeal. All in favor say aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it.
Thanks.
All right, we are just going to adjourn for the day. No, we're going to hold off on item number 51 until next month. So, yes, so we are just going to call it. It's been a long day, so we'll just call it. Thanks.